First thing, very good morning. My name is Xunpeng Shi. Many of you can call me Rock Shi. I'm a professor of energy economics and sustainability at the UTS and the research principal of Australia-China Relationship Institute at the UTS. I'm also presenting the called International Society for Energy Transition Studies, which I will explain later on. Before we begin in the proceeding, and on behalf of all those present, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eurasians upon whose ancestral lands our city camps now stand. I would also like to pay respect to the elder, both past, present, and emerging, acknowledge them as the traditional custodian of knowledge for this land. I'm delighted to welcome you to this inaugural Australia-China Energy Transition Forum, called ACETF. ACETF was established to facilitate dialogue on energy transition and carbon neutrality. It was initiated by ISETS, UTS, and Huazhong University of Technology. Next slide, please. Yeah, here it shows that what is ACETF. It was jointly initiated, managed by ISETS, UTS, and Huazhong University of Technology, with also another 6 joint initiatives, including 3 Chamber of Commerce and 3 universities from both Australia and China. We want this to be more like at least annual events in the future. Next slide, please. And when I mentioned that ISETS, probably many people will not be aware what ISETS means. It's a kind of quite different society which I have a privilege to establish with 30 other members, including James, Dr. Sun, and 4 other speakers here today. It was established in year 2020. Next slide, please. As for this morning, we now have 1,030 members from 81 countries. There are 2 countries, Peru and Hungary. I saw this morning new members from the country are coming. Within 4 years, we now expand to very big organization. Next slide, please. I think for unique feature for ISETS is different from any other society, particularly academic society, which you are familiar. We are, we are not create benefit only for the members. We are actually more like for the world. So it's, I would say it's an altruistic open club. By saying open, that we don't charge membership fee. We want actually people who need knowledge can access knowledge rather than people who afford to pay to get access to knowledge. So this is the key principle different from others. And our interest actually to collect, generate, and share knowledge with, I would say, the knowledge without the boundary. Whoever interested, whoever needed, we want to reach them. And also, quite interesting in that we continue to produce events and knowledge sharing, like what we are doing today. So we live stream, so people from any party, they can watch later on. And also it's quite different that we also want to facilitate collaboration. That's why for today's events, we are not just pure academic. We actually introduce, invite government, invite industrial bodies, and even manufacture, all different people come together, because we believe that in order to move energy transition, anything, in the practical term, you need to bring all the stakeholders together to address the concern, to find the common factor which can move forward. So that is quite unique, and that's the reasons we get a strong backup from UN, because what we are doing, actually what the UN are doing, and without their resource and money, we all run by volunteer. Next slide, please. Yeah, one of the ways we deliver our knowledge is to create a working group paper and a report. We publish our own report. We call the Knowledge Hub product. Next slide, please. Because that, yeah, we also have a commentary and a policy brief. Actually, our first policy brief was written by UTS colleague Christiana. She was not very well today because she published a few papers about Australia power sector. We invited her to contribute. I want to highlight that all those things are open to anyone who are interested to share with the large community. They are interesting and they can submit to us. Yeah, next slide, please. Over the times, we get a very strong support. We expand from 31 founding members, as I mentioned, to 1,530 by today. We have strong support from the global energy leaders. I think on the left side, we all see Dr. Sun is here. He's a council chair. He was a former Secretary General for International Energy Forum. I think one of the largest international energy organization. Our co-chair council is the International Energy Forum. For energy people, we all know International Energy Agency, IEA, Emirates Executive Director. And our advisory council was chaired by former Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand and Minister for Environment, Education, and Extra. We also have the advisor from all the leading energy think tanks. I particularly put two names, photo here, because every academic should know these are top two journals, Energy Economics, A-Star Journal, and the Renewable Sustainable Energy Review. Those editor-in-chief are our advisor, and particularly the Renewable Sustainable Energy Review editor will come into Nanjing conference. We all have special issues for all of them, so we have special issue dedicated with all those journals. Next slide, please. Yeah, as I mentioned that because our aim is not to create a self-interest, we want to create a public good, so we get strong backup with the UN. Our first international conference we jointly organized with UN ACETF, Economic and Social Commission for Asia the Pacific. This is where we have the meeting, and the Executive Secretary for UN ACETF, also the UN Under Secretary General of the United States, made a speech. What I highlight is that she expected us not just a knowledge sharing center, but a collaboration center. As I said, we are quite different. We not just academic, we want to actually move to action and we engage a disadvantaged group and country by providing free membership. Next slide, please. We also have a policy dialogue with the UN because that's where we facilitate the policy reach to actually untraditional stakeholders like the NGO and others, which is quite unique. And next slide, please. And interesting now, we have joint events with the UN ACETF. This is the deadline this morning, 10 a.m. Sydney time, because we use the Greenwich Standard Times. This is the annual events jointly with the UN ACETF for competition for youth and pick up the most vocal and insightful youth and bring them to Bangkok UN headquarters for annual dialogue. So this year, the dialogue on 3rd of December. We now, I think, we received probably 150 submissions. I haven't counted because it's still coming this morning, probably from 30 countries, the youth. It's a UN initiative. Next slide. Yeah, I think for us, the key that many people want to join, say, where we can pay, say, no, we will not take a membership fee, but if you want to join, you volunteer your time and service to prepare, construct this society, because we are for public goods. There's not much difference between formal member or so-called free member. The only difference is that whether you input your time. I think the last slide, last slide is just handling to tell you that what the events, like we organize the energy transition forum. The last one is what we are today. So we have a lot of energy transition forum open to the public on various issues, including when we organize, I think, on the electricity market. I think it's number 4, when Australia, for the first time, has a power market being suspended. So we discuss what does it mean for energy transition. Next slide. I think I have one more last slide. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is just some basic information. If in case you are interested, you can stay connected with this. I think that's a brief introduction. For that, I will now start open. You can close the slides. Now we can proceed to the opening. It's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker who will open today's discussion. First, I would like to welcome Mr. Ying Wat, Deputy Vice Chancellor for University of Technology, UTS. Ms. Yin has extensive international experience and a record of significant successful leadership in international education. Ms. Wang has been instrumental in establishing the Australia-China Energy Transition Forum. Are we okay to move to here? Or probably still stand here, sorry. A little bit technical issue. Now, I will hold it for you.
No, it's all right.
Okay.
Just make sure I don't forget anything.
Yeah, what I can say.
Thanks, Xiongpeng. Okay, our camera's limited, is it? Okay. So, Dr. Xiansheng Sun, Council Chair, International Society for Energy Transition Studies, and of course also the former Secretary General of the International Energy Forum. Dr. Yang Tongjin, General Manager of China Construction Bank in Sydney. All the participants here in the room today, including senior representatives from academia, from industry, from government, and also to our audience online. Good morning and welcome to the inaugural Australia-China Energy Transition Forum, or to keep it quiet, the ACETF. And today's forum's on the topic of electrifying tomorrow, advancing cooperation in the industrial chain of electronic vehicles, or electric vehicles. And it's hosted by my university, the University of Technology, Sydney, and the International Society for Energy Transition Studies, and organised by the Australia-China Relations Institute and the Faculty of Engineering and Information Technology here at UTS. I see James, the leading leader of our institute, is here today. ACETF represents a crucial step forward in fostering dialogue and in collaboration between Australia and China in the realms of energy transition and the journey towards carbon neutrality. And the forum's a collaborative endeavour involving several initiators who I want to mention today. Of course, led by UTS, but also our key partner was our key technology partner in China, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and also the International Society for Energy Transition Studies. 6 other co-initiators played an important part in making this forum possible, including the Australia-China Business Council, China-Australia Chamber of Commerce, the China Chamber of Commerce in Australia, Victoria University, Renmin University of China, and Hubei University of Economics. And thank you to all of those. Many of these co-initiators are represented here today, and we're delighted to welcome you here to Sydney. On behalf of UTS, I'd just like to say that we are proud to establish this forum, and we see it as a premier platform for addressing the global challenges of climate change and sustainable development. These issues demand our collective effort. They need innovative solutions and strong international partnerships. And it's through exchanges like this that we can pave the way for meaningful process and progress. Again, we're particularly grateful to the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Their collaboration has been crucial in bringing this event to fruition. I'd also like to extend my thanks to the ISETS for their support, and in particular to Professor Xiongpeng Shi, the research principal here at ACRI, who's played a pivotal role in ISETS, and we're proud of the contributions and commitments of Professor Shi and his colleagues in advancing energy transition studies here in Australia. I'd like to thank ACRI for the organisation and delivery of this inaugural ACETF event. I'm just thanking people all the way through. ACRI's played a crucial role in informing Australia's engagement with China through research analysis and dialogue grounded in scholarly rigour since its establishment by UTS 10 years ago in 2014. While Chinese study centres exist in other Australian universities, ACRI is Australia's only research institute that's devoted to studying the relationship between Australia and China. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the UTS Faculty of Engineering and Information Technology, and in particular to Associate Professor Kaveh Khalilpour for their invaluable co-organisation of this inaugural event. The Faculty of Engineering and IT is well known for its distinctive and innovative approach to fostering technological advancement and to tackling global challenges through pioneering research, with strategic industry collaboration and with an interdisciplinary approach. It boasts state-of-the-art facilities, a dynamic academic community and robust industry partnerships, which is a hallmark of our university. It stands at the forefront of shaping the future of engineering and IT, particularly in the realm of energy transition. This inaugural event receives sponsorship from the China Construction Bank, and I warmly acknowledge and thank them for their support. UTS, our university, is committed to engaging with China, not only in education, but also in our shared quest for sustainability. We believe that through collaboration and knowledge exchange, we can create a better future for humanity and the planet. This forum exemplifies our dedication to these goals, and we look forward to fruitful discussions and innovative ideas that will emerge from these sessions. Again, thank you all for being here today. Welcome to Sydney. I hope the weather clears up for your dinner on the harbour tonight. And thanks again for your commitment to a sustainable and carbon neutral future. Thank you all.
Yeah, now I would like to invite Dr. Xian Shengsun, the Council Chairman for ISETS. Dr. Sun was a former Secretary General for International Energy Forum, and he has 4 decades experience in the energy sector, came from a dozen countries, probably 20 countries, and the chairman and the board, all the senior roles. Dr. Sun, floor to you.
Thank you, Professor Shi. Mr. Yan Vet, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President, University of Technology, Sydney. Mr. Jin, General Manager of China Construction Bank, Sydney. And James, Director, Institute. Mr. Xiaoshi Liu, EV 100 China is famous in China. And all his chairs are the ministers. 6 or 7 ministers are the chairs of this EV 100 in China. And very happy all these distinguished guests join this forum. So the old friends and new friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to welcome you all to the inaugural Australia-China Energy Transition Forum on behalf of the International Society for Energy Transition Studies, ISET. ISET is pleased to initiate this forum with the UTS, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and 6 other esteemed institutions. I would like to express our deep appreciation to UTS for hosting this event, and to the Australian-China Relations Institute, and the Faculty of Engineering and IT for co-organizing. Your commitment and collaboration have been instrumental in making this event possible. Special thanks go to the China Construction Bank, Sydney, for their generous sponsorship. Their support has been crucial in bringing this event to fruition. ISET is dedicated to facilitating dialogue among the diverse stakeholders and sharing knowledge without the boundaries. This forum amplifies our mission, bringing together experts, policymakers, and industry leaders to address the pressing challenges of energy transition and climate change. As we gather here, we are reminded of the urgent need for collaborative efforts to tackle these global issues. The transition to sustainable energy sources and the mitigation of climate change required the coordinated actions and the shared expertise. This forum is a step towards achieving this goal, providing a platform for exchanging ideas and forging partnerships. The choice of electric vehicles as a key topic for this inaugural forum is timely. Both Australia and China are at the forefront of advancing EV technology and the infrastructure, recognizing its crucial role in reducing carbon emissions and achieving energy sustainability. Through cooperation, we can accelerate the development and adoption of EVs, contributing significantly to our shared goals of a sustainable future. Energy transition and climate change are not just technical challenges. They are socio-economic imperatives that impact every aspect of our lives. The cooperation between Australia and China in this domain holds the potential to drive significant progress, not only in technological innovation, but also in policy formation and implementation. I'm confident that the discussions and outcomes of this forum will pave the way for more robust and effective cooperation between our nations. Let us seize this opportunity to work together towards a greener and more sustainable world. Thank you all for being here and for your commitment to this vital cause. I look forward to the productive exchange and innovative ideas that emerge from this forum. I wish this forum a great success. Thank you very much.
Yeah, now may I please invite Mr. Jin Yang Tong, General Manager for China Construction Bank, Sydney branch. Ms. Jin has a long experience in the banking sector, particularly international business and risk management. And as we acknowledge, without support, it would not be possible in the kind of forum. I think it will fix.
Thanks, Professor Su, and distinguished Deputy Vice Chancellor, Mr. Wei, and distinguished Council Chairman, Mr. Sun, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great honor to attend the Australia-China Energy Transition Forum. This forum is not only timely, but also crucial as we navigate the pace towards the sustainable futures. The warning of the relation between China and Australia will provide new opportunities for both countries in the energy transition efforts. There will be new opportunities to enhance the cooperation in the development of the renewable energy technologies, improve the efficiency of our supply chains, and create the more robust and sustainable energy infrastructure. Through the cooperation, China and Australia can lead the way towards a greener, more sustainable future for both the nation and the world. China Construction Bank, along with the other Chinese banks in Australia, are uniquely positioned to support this transition. Now more than ever, we are strongly committed to provide the support of the green finance. Our dedication to the sustainable development is reflected in our extensive portfolio of the green loans, green bonds, and other innovative financial products designed to support a green project. CCB has a well-placed international network that allowed us to act as the bridge to facilitate trade and investment globally. And CCB has its unique matchmaking platform that can bring together Australia and the Chinese company to share best practice, advanced technologies, and innovative solutions. This collaboration can drive the development of the cutting-edge technologies in various green industries, such as the EV industry and beyond. Lastly, I would like to thank UTS and ACRI for having me here. Thank you, James, for trust on our CCB. I wish this event a great success, and I hope everyone is able to gain the insightful information from the forum. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Jing, again for the support and for the nice speech. Without further ado, I will now move into the next session. I will hand over the floor to my colleague, Professor Wanling Sun. Professor Wanling is a professor of media communication at UTS, and he's famous for a lot of debate and discussion and academic work in both Australia and China. Wanling, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So should I talk here,
Yeah.
and then the people come and talk here?
Yeah.
Yes. So don't worry about the chairs anymore. Oh, okay, yeah. Good morning. Welcome to the first session of this very exciting 2 days, or today. It's a great honor to be able to chair this first session. And we're going to have 3 speakers. The first one is Mr. Terry Nimai. He's the director and the program and the marketing development branch of New South Wales Government of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Very long title. And then we have Professor James Lawrenson, the director of Australia-China Relations Institute, to speak, and followed finally by Dr. Wei Li from the School of Business in Sydney University. This is the format that we're going to follow. Each speaker is going to speak for 15 minutes. And I think you're all trained very well to keep to your limit. But if you don't, it is my job to remind you to hurry up. And so after the presentations, all 3 of them, then we'll have some time for Q&A, both for the audience in the room and for the audience online. Okay, so without much further ado, I'll invite Mr. Terry Nimai to give the first talk, and he's going to talk about New South Wales net zero plan and EVs. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for having me here today. I'm not going to go through my title again, but as you said, it's quite long. Ultimately, what that means is, well, it doesn't say a lot on the box. I look after a few different programs in the New South Wales government, from energy efficiency and sustainability programs through to our electric vehicle infrastructure programs in particular. So that's what I'm here today to talk to you about. And I've got a clicker, so I'm just hoping that works, but it doesn't seem to be. Oh, there we are. Let's start with why. Why is government got policy and action in this space? The nuts and the bolts of it is that the transport sector is a significant, and particularly in passenger vehicle, actually a growing segment of our emissions here in New South Wales, making up about 20% of our carbon emissions. And about half of that 20%, so about 10% of our overall emissions come from the passenger vehicle sector. So importantly, if we're going to tackle this, this key challenge of getting to net zero by 2050, it's important that we focus on the transition to an electrified vehicle fleet. New South Wales Government has now legislated our net zero targets, which lock us into getting to net zero by 2050. But also to get to 50% of our emissions by 2030 and 70% by 2035. So we've got targets along the way that key components of key people in the government are held accountable for. So to achieve this, we've got an overarching net zero plan that touches many sectors of the economy. That sets up grant programs and different policy and regulatory levers that can support us to get there, to get to zero emissions. And within that framework is our electric vehicle strategy. So let's flip to the next one if that clicker's working. But first, let's, I don't want to be too bleak, but it's worth painting a bit of a picture of how big the challenge is that we have ahead in this space. In the electricity space, which is, I spent most of my career in electricity, and we talk a lot about the progress towards a renewable electricity grid, and there's a long way to go, but there's fantastic progress in that space. And in some states in Australia, they're much, much further progressed than our proportion of renewable energy. But unfortunately, when we zoom out and think about the net energy perspective in New South Wales, electricity is only a small proportion of what we consume as overall energy. And with that lens, the proportion of overall energy that we're consuming that is green or renewable is even smaller. So the right-hand chart has the overall energy thing, and you can see that oil makes up a substantial proportion of the overall energy that we consume here in New South Wales. So unsurprisingly, transport is a big user of oil. So no matter what we do with the electricity grid, unless we're going to also remove the consumption of oil from our transport sector, we're never going to get to a zero emissions future. So it's really important that we're focusing in this sector and not just relying on electricity. So we have the privilege in this area, and particularly in New South Wales, of having some great support right from the top of our government, and this has been thankfully bipartisan here in New South Wales, and has been largely consistent with the changing government fairly recently. So since taking office, our current Minister, Minister Sharp, has been really encouraging of the work that we're doing in EVs, particularly in the EV infrastructure space, and has actually given us the vote of confidence in moving some funds that we had in things like rebates and other parts of the strategy. We didn't lose those funds. Those funds have been committed to furthering and further development of our EV strategy, with a particular focus on equitable access to charging infrastructure. So that's currently being workshopped by the government, and it only seems to be good news in space for us. So the EV strategy ultimately is our plan to accelerate towards to our state's vehicle future, to the future fleet that we have in the country. And at its core, it's an investment to help drive up sales. It sets us a sales target. We have a number of measures that are trying to help push that along, but ultimately at its core, it's about increasing the number of vehicles on the road. We love a state-by-state comparison here in Australia. We like to compete with each other. So our ambition, of course, in New South Wales is to be the easiest and most affordable place to buy and drive an EV in Australia. But we're very collaborative in getting there, and very willing to share our learnings along the way, but we certainly want to make sure that we're still leading. And it's important that we're, to be able to achieve that we're being fairly strategic with our investment. Sure with this clicker how I'm meant to do it. So in being strategic, we looked at the barriers. What are the things that are stopping the transition or slowing it down? And those include the high upfront of cost of the vehicles, of EVs. Now that's getting better. The market's evolving. There's more vehicles on the market, and there's lower and lower cost vehicles, but they're still a bit more expensive than their equivalents. Range anxiety is a really key challenge we have here in Australia, particularly because it's so large and quite sparse. So people are making long distance journeys across the country to explore the beautiful sites they have, and they want to have the confidence that there's going to be a charger along the way. There's still some limited choice, though again, that's very much improving. The integration with the grid, we don't want this transition to bring down what is already at times a strained electricity grid, so it's really important that we're strategic in how we coordinate the linkage with the electricity grid. And finally, information. This is a field, as many disruptive technologies see, where there's lots and lots of misinformation. There's lots of uncertainty, and people just aren't sure that it's going to work for them. And they're relying on getting information from their neighbours, from people they trust. So there's lots of misinformation. So our strategy is really focused on both uplifting the demand and the supply side of this piece at the same time. So We know that people won't make the transition to EVs unless they have confidence that there's infrastructure that they can use and that they can rely on. But at the same time, the infrastructure investment's not going to come unless there's users. There needs to be drivers. So we really are focused on both sides of the equation by stimulating the market on the charger side and helping with seed funding and grants for charging infrastructure investment, but also supporting consumers to make that transition with better information, with lots of information for stakeholders, supporting councils, those sorts of people that are all involved and could slow down that right-hand side and adoption. And fleets as a big sector that actually kind of bridges both sides as a key market player that need to understand and know what they need to do to operate EV fleets, and also a major buyer. And we've got programs in all of those areas. So this slide is about as out of date as it possibly could be, because I believe the EV Council are very imminently about to release this year's chart that we feel for each time, but fundamentally it's still painting the same image. And there's good news and bad news in Australia, where we're seeing EV sales increase year on year, and we're really seeing that hockey stick curve kick up. We're seeing similar results here in New South Wales. But we're also very much at the back of the pack when it comes to global thinking. So there's lots and lots of progress that we still need to make to catch up to, particularly some of the more rapid adopters in Europe and other countries like that have moved really quickly in EV adoption. But I like a good challenge, and I guess that gives me something to focus on for at least for the next few years. So there's plenty of, if it was easy, it wouldn't be as fun. So now I'm going to dive, with the time that I've got left, into some of the elements of our strategy, and particularly the programs that we're doing, and that's, I guess, where my team's focus is on delivering these programs. So firstly, on that range anxiety piece, we've got a suite of programs to build a world-class charging network here in New South Wales. So we've got $20 million in grants that are helping to support tourism businesses, particularly in regional areas of New South Wales, to put in smaller destination charges, so those charges that might take a bit longer to charge but are in places where people are going to dwell for longer, like accommodation and tourism sites. We have a program of $149 million to build an ultra-fast charging network right across the state, so that drivers have that confidence that there's going to be a charger within their range. So that sets targets of a charging station every 100 kilometres along major highways, and every 5 kilometres in our dense metropolitan areas where people are going to have less access to off-street parking. On the smaller end of the charging network, we also appreciate that for many of us, and I'm one of the people that has access to a driveway and a place to charge at home, but there's lots of drivers in the state and no doubt around the world that don't have that situation where they'll have access to easy off-street parking and off-street charging. So we've got a $10 million program to build out a curbside charging network, with the first round of that announced earlier in the year. So that's going to fund charges on the curbside to support people that can't access charging at home. We've got $20 million to invest in charges in our transport infrastructure, so things like commuter car parks, rest stops, the places where people are interchanging between transport types. And finally, we've got a $10 million program to make apartment buildings EV ready. And I've seen that this is a challenge that people are experiencing right across the world, that converting the electrical infrastructure and backbone in an apartment building to the additional capacity needed to charge an EV in the basement, and all the challenges that go with that are quite difficult. So this program's not going to boil the ocean, it's not going to solve it for everyone, but it will build a number of case studies and user stories for that can help people along that journey on how best to tackle that challenge. On to two. I can go back one. On the fleet side, as I mentioned, we're also working with fleet operators. We've got two significant fleet programs. The first one is our $105 million incentive to help support businesses and local council fleets to transition to electric vehicles. So that it helps with the cost of charging infrastructure, it helps with the difference in the cost between a conventional ICE vehicle and an EV, to bridge that cost of ownership gap. Now, one of the things that I really get excited about that program is that it tests that logic with businesses, and so they have to demonstrate how much it's going to cost to own over the life of a vehicle, or over the lease of a vehicle, to move to EVs. And we don't fund them if it's already positive. And in many cases, businesses doing lots of kilometres and with the right situation, that can already be a positive business case. And then they've already done their homework to go to their board and get that support. And for businesses, for the many businesses that it's not quite there yet and there is a gap, then we can come along and support them with and help bridge that gap. We're also walking the talk and have committed to convert the New South Wales Government passenger vehicle fleet to EVs with targets to have 100% of our new vehicles going into the fleet to be electric by 2030. So that's a shared learning. We're making sure that both of those programs are sharing with each other and are both experiencing their own challenges, particularly in infrastructure and getting chargers into fleet facilities. But it's important that we learn and we grow and we reflect that in our programs. And finally, information. As I said, we want to make sure that consumers, businesses and industry in general have access to information that helps them along through this transition. So we've got a dedicated program to inform people as they make this transition. That includes our EV drive days. So where we run drive days in partnership with NRMA, where a pool of vehicles is there for people to jump in and actually experience and to ask questions of charge operators and things like that. And we've got some amazing tools that we've put on our website that I welcome you to have a look at, including our firstly, our vehicle emissions star rating scheme, so it's VESR. If you Google that, you should find it, but otherwise approach me and I can get you a link, which uses choice architecture to try and help support people to make simple choices. A 6-star efficiency rating, like you might see on an appliance, for every vehicle that's available for sale in Australia, so that you can just see the emissions from different vehicle choices, and maybe you're not quite able to make the EV transition, but it supports you in making slightly more efficient decisions. And for drivers in New South Wales, we have a vehicle emissions offset scheme. So for people that aren't quite able to make the transition yet, they're able to, as part of their registration, pay some additional money and offset their emissions. So some closing messages. I think it's important that as part of this discussion, we understand that we can't just focus on EVs. This is a whole of economy and a whole of transport sector challenge. So there's, I think the UN Secretary General had a quote that was everything everywhere all at once a while ago, and I think that's sort of key to everything in the energy transition. We can't just pigeonhole and focus on one particular solution. We need to be doing everything across the sector, so we need to be focusing on the electricity grid, looking at things like active transport and getting people out of cars, so reducing vehicle ownership at times where that makes sense, particularly in cities. Our public transport network here in Sydney is already a net zero emissions, like the trains, trams and metro are already net zero, so that's an easy, efficient way that you can get around if you live in the city. And then we need to get people walking and riding bikes, and all those things factor in together to ultimately get us to a net zero future. And my closing point is that I think from looking around, seeing sessions like this set up, the types of conferences that I get to speak at, it feels like everyone's now on board with the solution. We're kind of pointing in the right direction, and I feel like we've all got the similar ideas and similar motives to move. The challenge now is accelerating. We're pointing in the right direction. Let's move and get the job done. Thank you so much again for having me at this session. I'll hand back over to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Terry. Excellent timekeeping. And you set a very good example for the rest of the day. And can I introduce the next speaker, Professor James Lawrenson, who is the director of Australia-China Relations Institute, and James is going to give you an overview of the Australian-China relationship, which is very useful to set up the thing, I think. Okay.
Thank you, Wan Ning. I believe my slide should be coming. There we go. Folks, welcome to this morning's session. I am clearly not an energy transition expert, but that's okay because you folks are. What I hope to do this morning is to be able to set the discussion that the experts on the transition will be having in context. And it's really important we do that because context matters. You know, it's not entirely clear to me that 3 or 4 years ago this forum would have happened. Obviously there was COVID, but even aside from that, at the time, 2020 and 2021, Canberra and Beijing were not speaking to each other. Now things have changed a lot. When Prime Minister Albanese went to Beijing last year and met President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang, they issued a joint statement of outcomes. And both leaders of both countries said that they wanted to support and promote dialogues like this. So here we are. So let me give you some observations and assessments of how I see the Australia-China relationship that will then hopefully provide some useful context for your more detailed discussions. Look, like Terry, in the details of the energy transition, there's opportunities and challenges. And in the context of the broader relationship, there are opportunities and challenges as well. The job of the Australia-China Relations Institute isn't to deliver talking points, it's to deliver some serious analysis based on facts and evidence. So some of the facts and evidence I'll be presenting today might be of a more positive, upbeat nature. Others will be less so. Let's get it all out there in the open so we can have an informed discussion around the topic. All right. That's not what I wanted to go to. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Since May 2022, Australia-China relations has entered what the Australian government, and I notice the Chinese government is also quite fond of saying now, has entered a phase of stabilisation. This began almost immediately after the Albanese government came to power in May 2022. The very next month, Penny Wong met the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and there's been multiple meetings ever since. I also note that Australia and China are not alone in setting stabilisation as a goal for their bilateral relationship. It's interesting to me that despite the Albanese government getting some criticism for setting that stabilisation goal, in fact, it is the same goal that the US government has set for its bilateral relationship, as well as others around the world, including that of the UK government. Now, stabilisation has delivered some obvious positive outcomes, and I think it's really important we acknowledge this, because during those years of dysfunction, particularly from 2020 and 2021, the outcomes were not good. So since we've started on this stabilisation agenda, there's been a number of positive, practical, concrete outcomes in the bilateral relationship, and you see a few of them on your screen here. Of course, one of the most significant ones was a visit to Australia just a couple months ago by the Chinese Premier Li Qiang, making the point that between Australia and China now, full-scale, two-way, senior-level political dialogue is now back on. And that's a great foundation upon which folks like us can have more detailed discussions in particular areas. Now, as I said before, it's not all positive, and so I don't want to pretend everything is all rosy. It's not. There's still challenges that remain. For example, speaking from an Australian perspective, and I acknowledge that some of our Chinese colleagues in the room could offer different perspectives based on a Chinese perspective, but from an Australian perspective, it's important that we acknowledge that there's still some challenges. In particular, I think of Dr. Yang Hengjun, who remains detained in China. That's of particular significance to me and to this university because Dr. Yang is in fact an alumni of the University of Technology, Sydney. So I did want to acknowledge that today. It's also the case that some trade restrictions still remain in place. So in a sense, while we've made enormous gains, we're still not quite back to where we were in 2019. Very close, but not quite. Let me make a few observations about how resilient the current stabilised state of Australia-China relations is. There is a prominent view in this country that the bilateral relationship between Australia and China remains fragile. It's permanently brittle. In other words, we could wake up tomorrow, a development could take place, and Beijing and Canberra's relations with each other could once again plummet to where it was in 2020 and 2021. And the reason these folks make that observation is because they say, well, yes, the two sides are talking. Yes, we've had some positive outcomes, such as the removal of trade restrictions, but there's still plenty of structural, long-standing differences between Beijing and Canberra. I think probably the most prominent one is that Canberra would like the United States to play a more prominent role in the regional order than would Beijing. And so those structural differences from time to time create tensions and clashes. We've seen a couple, for example, in the military realm that fortunately did not spiral out of control, but of course I think everyone in this room can imagine that it could just take an accident and one of these encounters could well spiral out of control, and it might be very, very hard for Canberra and Beijing to manage those scenarios if they did indeed happen. That said, I'm more positive and I'm more confident in the resilience of the Australia-China relationship than some other folks in this country. Let me lay out my case for resilience. First of all, it was very clear to me that from the early 2022, when I was speaking to Australian and Chinese diplomats, that neither side found the state the relationship had fallen into as being a good place to be. So it was no surprise to me that immediately after the Albanese government came to power, there was an attempt to stabilise the relationship, and neither side wants to go back to the dysfunction of a few years ago. It also seems to me that both sides have agreed on a diplomatic formula for handling those structural differences. This diplomatic formula is not particularly new or earth-shattering. It's actually been a diplomatic formula that has characterised the Australia-China relationship since 1972, when the two countries agreed to establish diplomatic relations. It goes like this. First of all, Beijing and Canberra recognise their differences. No one's pretending there aren't differences. The second point is that both sides agree to handle those differences calmly and professionally, with calm and professional diplomacy. And the third point is that both sides agree that those differences should not define the relationship or be allowed to spill over, to disrupt other areas of the relationship, such as the energy transition, to derail those positive areas of engagement and mutual benefit. So I think the fact that you've got both sides essentially at the same starting point and of the same mind, that actually provides a lot of confidence. And I think, look, the last 6-12 months have not been smooth sailing, right? There were those military encounters before that were plainly not positive developments. And what happened after each of those? Well, you had both sides clearly stating their positions, but no one was picking up the megaphone. They were very calm and professionally expressed differences. The risks were managed, and the positive trajectory that the Australia-China relationship had been on continues, and it continues to this day. So the fact that the relationship has been stress tested over the last 6-12 months gives me further cause for confidence. I also note that while there are plenty of things that Canberra does not like that Beijing is doing, and there are plenty of things that Canberra is doing that Beijing does not like, let's leave open a space for nuance as well. For example, Canberra is ploughing full steam ahead with the AUKUS agreement with the United States and the UK. Beijing clearly does not like that. Okay? But it is also notable that there's several things that the Albanese government has been called to do, pushed to do, but they haven't done. Right? For example, the Australian government has avoided sanctioning Chinese government officials for a range of scenarios that other countries have in fact done, such as the United States. It is also true that the Australian government, despite being pushed to tear up instances of Chinese investment in this country, such as the lease that a Chinese company holds to operate the port of Darwin, the Albanese government has said, no, we're not going to do that. It's also the case that as Washington moves in the direction of a highly confrontational approach towards China, the Albanese government is not following that approach. The Australian government is taking its own independent approach, and you can see this across multiple realms. Australia is not interested in putting tariffs on Chinese goods. Australia is not interested in putting in place export controls limiting China's access to global markets. The Australian government is not interested in upsetting long-standing diplomatic positions such as the position around Taiwan. The Australian government's not interested in banning TikTok for the broader Australian public. So it's important we recognise those differences between the Australian and the American position, and not only what the Albanese government is doing, but also what the Albanese government is not doing. And look, I'll finish with this. This is perhaps the point that gives me the most confidence for the outlook of the Australia-China relationship, at least at that official level. In Washington today, there is a bipartisan consensus to be confrontational towards China. The competition is to see who can stick their chest out the most, shout the loudest, and prove their tough on China credentials. Let's be clear, in Australia at the moment, the exact opposite is happening. Right now, there is a bipartisan domestic political consensus to maintain a stable Australia-China relationship. It's not just the Albanese government. When Premier Lee Chung was in town just a couple of months ago, Peter Dutton, the leader of the opposition, who previously has had a reputation for being quite a China hawk, in fact, he was quite the opposite. He said he would make stabilising the Australia-China relationship a key plank of the coalition's platform going to the next federal election in early 2025. He also said that far from wanting to restrict trade with China, in fact, he wanted to double trade with China. I can imagine there'll be a few electric vehicles in that doubling of Australia-China trade. So look, I'll finish there. Very happy to ask some, well, hopefully we'll have some Q&A afterwards, and very happy to go into particular areas of the Australia-China relationship that you have an interest in. I'll just finish with this. If you're wondering how both Canberra and Beijing are seeing the stabilisation of Australia-China relations and wondering how it might proceed in the future, can I just point you in the direction of a fabulous article that my colleague Eleanor Collinson wrote on this exact question for the Saturday paper. There's also an unpaywalled version on the UTS ACRI website. So if you don't have a subscription, get it from the UTS ACRI website. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thanks very much, James. Would you mind actually just taking a seat there? And I can also invite Terry to take a seat while I invite Dr. Li Wei to give us the final talk in this panel. And Dr. Li is going to talk about the Chinese investment in Australia.
Okay, well, thanks very much. I don't have the slides, so I'll just talk over a few points actually based on my research. So first, congratulations, I think, to Rock Shi. I think I met him a few years ago and he was talking about his passion about energy transition and renewable energy, but that was starting from a lot of academic papers. So I think to the day now, actually, he's able to put together this forum and not just about Australia and China, but really putting the relationship into the context of an international platform. So I think that's a great achievement, but also congratulations to ACRI as well. I think energy transition is a really important topic, but also I think this is an area where Australia and China really have huge amount of complementarity. So I remember a few years ago, I wrote an article about even in terms of coal collaboration. So as China's energy policy is more moving into energy security, so coal and LNG collaboration between Australia and China becomes something that is of very importance. But also I wrote about, I'm a big supporter about renewable energy collaboration between Australia and China. And on one side, I don't think the two countries have much of a competition in terms of manufacturing or in terms of supply chains. On the other side, I think this is an area where both countries are the biggest co-producers in the world, and this is where the collaboration could actually happen to make the both countries to cope with the climate change challenge. So I think there's a lot of discussion about this topic, but I want to first point out some of the positive sides when we look at existing collaboration in this area between Australia and China, particularly on the trade side. I think there's actually quite a lot of trade collaboration in these areas, particularly in coal that I mentioned, but also in LNG, and a lot of discussion that has been going on into lithium as well, but also into areas that actually could be emerging, but also is been talking a lot about electric vehicle. I think there was a few months ago, there was Financial Review had an article saying about 86% of the electric vehicle cars that are sold in Australia are made in China. So these are actually Chinese brands, but also brands like Tesla, they are increasingly utilize China's very powerful supply chain to manufacture electric vehicles within China and then to be able to ship globally. So on the trade side, I think there's quite a lot of very promising collaboration already between Australia and China. But my research is, of course, on the investment side. So I've been looking at Chinese investment into Australia for a very long time, together with partners at KPMG. So each year we actually publish a report on Chinese investment into Australia. So I think I'll be able to share some of the findings based on my years of research on this area, particularly about Chinese investment into renewable energy in Australia, and also some of the strategies of the Chinese investors, Chinese companies operating in this space. In total, actually, based on our data, there's around 6.7 billion investment made by Chinese company into the renewable energy sector since 2006. And that's actually ranked as the top 5 sectors in terms of Australia receiving Chinese investment. So it's quite significant thinking about actually comparing, Chinese investment into mining, into real estate, which is quite significant. And then it's followed by areas like healthcare and infrastructure. And the 5th largest area of Chinese investment in Australia has been actually renewable energy. So the peak year of investment is happening in 2015, and that's around 3 billion investment that are made by one Chinese company in that year, and actually was 3.0 billion Australian dollars. And in recent year, actually, what we've seen is investment into renewable energy has actually gradually dropped. So the latest figure that we have in 2023 is there are 197 million investment made by a Chinese company into renewable energy. I think there's a couple of reasons that can explain that. Firstly is that a lot of the investment in recent years that we've seen are actually moving into areas into solar and also sometimes into storage as well. So those projects are not like the traditional wind power or wind farm projects that are very large in scale in requirements of investment. Another thing is also we recently have also noticed a lot of the actual collaboration have shifted away from, making a big merger and acquisition, like buying a very big wind farm or buying a wind farm company. Into recent years, it's much more focused on actually greenfield investment. So we're seeing a lot of the renewable energy companies come from China, actually entering into Australia through greenfield. So setting up an office here, building up client relationship, and working with distributors, and towards the end, actually then slowly putting up their project together. So the mode of actually investment have also changed. That also explains why in recent years we're seeing smaller total amount of investment in this area, but it doesn't mean that actually the activity have actually reduced. In fact, if you talk to anybody actually between this Australia-China space and in related to investment on new company coming in, so certainly I think areas related to renewable energy companies, EVs and storage and solar panels, those are the areas where new investors come in. So the largest transaction was actually, as I mentioned, in 2015. That's by SPIC's acquisition of Pacific Hydro. That was 3 billion Australian dollars. I think it's actually talking about this that everybody knows that it's in somehow, just like the early mining investment into Australia that was very much driven by the infrastructure building in China, and lots of the company require iron ore to build into China's infrastructure. I think with renewable energy, I think we shouldn't also see it as a surprise, because when you look at the speed of China's renewable energy sector's growth, it is also quite staggering in the end. That when you look into, I think some of the figures that I have today is to talk about China's have $890 billion investment in clean energy sectors, and that's equal to total global investment in fossil fuel area. So the growth of the renewable energy sector in China is massive, and the investment is also massive. So I think my comments related to that is that even though we've seen a lot of Chinese companies coming to Australia to invest and to build projects, but it's not because, in somehow that Australia just being singled out as a country that is just very special. But I think it's also partially driven by China's whole ambition to grow in this area, but also commitment into the climate change transition, energy transition. Then I think I want to talk a little bit about, from the company perspective, what do I see as Chinese investors bring into Australia, apart from just looking into money, right? Just the money that comes in, which is, of course, very good for the Australian economy. It creates a job as well. So what else actually do Chinese companies bring? So I think one thing that in this area, which I was actually quite surprised by it, I think one word that can actually summarize a lot of the benefits of the Chinese investment is the word of the ecosystem. So when you look into what Chinese companies play in this area, it's really gradually building up an ecosystem of renewable energy, but also energy transition in China, but also exporting them into Australia. So in the sense that I see Chinese companies, they really occupy a diverse areas that actually supporting a very diverse energy sources. So it's not just about wind, it's not just about solar, and it's also going into batteries. It goes into areas like storage as well. It also goes into grid. So there's a whole kind of diverse source of energy that actually Chinese companies participating in. The other thing is there's also very different players as well. So unlike some of the European kind of renewable energy companies or energy companies from the US, that when you're seeing that Chinese company, they really have many different type of companies that actually play a role in that very whole ecosystem. So you have equipment manufacturers. So basically a lot of one of the biggest wind turbine manufacturer, Goldwind, have been in Australia for many years. And then you have lots of solar photovoltaic, PV company, storage company. So certainly bring into equipment into Australia. But also you have companies that are also very much into the into technology innovation. So, and that's what we see in quite a lot of technology leaders in storage and EV and smart grids also play in Australia. The other thing is about the financial investors as well. So early days when we've seen, for example, one of the leading company, Goldwind, when they enter into Australia, developing energy projects. But in the end, that the aim is also to then offload the project into some of the bigger Chinese energy companies, which can be a much more financial investor that provided capital. But I think today we have China Construction Bank here as well. So a lot of the Chinese banks have been playing a key role in financing a lot of these renewable energy sectors as projects as well. And then we have also in terms of supply chain. So I think the story of a lithium battery. So I believe this afternoon that the CEO from Tianqi will discuss about that as well. So expanding on the other side in terms of bring Australian kind of minerals and combining with Chinese manufacturing capacities and to bring in more value-added products for the Australian economy. Yeah, so these are some of the things I think it's not just about capital, but it's really going a range of equipment and into supply chains, but into also finance, into technology innovations. And these are where I've seen that there are benefits from the Chinese companies coming in. But having said that, I'm not just saying that Australia hasn't actually contributed anything to China's overall energy transition. I think Australia also, for a lot of the Chinese companies, play a very important role. So in my early stages, when I interviewed Chinese companies, it was always say that the standards in Australia is very high, particularly related to compliance, but all the project management standards, equipment standards, and also in terms of standards for actually managing the project. So all of this is actually contribute to Chinese companies' internationalization as part of their learning curve, that they are actually out of China into a very different Western market. And through learning their operation in Australia, this is also something that they have developed. And some companies say that they even bring a lot of those standards back to China to help to actually improve the equipment manufacturers, to improve the technology and improve the innovation. And the other thing I think Chinese companies have learned a lot in Australia is really the idea of community management. This is something that is not very important in China when you're actually looking into developing renewable energy. So in China, somehow, renewable energy is regarded as everything that is very good. So there's very few expectation about community disputes coming from actually renewable energy projects. But in Australia, as many of you will know, that actually this is an area that actually Australia has some of the best practice in the world coming from mining in the end because of the traditional challenge they face. But it really helps a lot of Chinese companies to learn that the importance of stakeholder management, community management. And this again, in the end, helps them to enter into other markets when they go into, for example, US, some of the other Middle East markets. So this kind of community management expertise really helps them. The other one I think was really helpful was also on the commercial viability side. Because I think anyone looking into their energy markets in China, particularly related to renewable energy, there's a lot of subsidies from the government, but also in somehow the commercial rationality could be very different. And the other thing is the electricity price is heavily controlled by the government, that in the sense to maintain social stability. So a lot of the companies operating in Australia actually then working with a very, very market-driven energy market, electricity market, that actually helps them to build a lot of the commercial cases in terms of understanding their technologies and understanding their equipments operating in a much more market-driven environment, and it helps them to build up a lot of the commercial viability case and the reputation, which again, they can be explore or export into other markets. So I think these are the things that I just want to share in terms of what I see as the Chinese investment in Australia, particularly in the renewable energy sector, in terms of that mutual benefits from a company perspective. And my final note is that there's, of course, there's still challenge in these areas as well. So, but I was pleased to hear what James talked about, the improved bilateral relations between Australia and China, because I think trust, and particularly I think trust related to how you implement regulations and policies with regard to foreign investment, was an area where there's quite a lot of concerns about Chinese investment into renewable energy into Australia. But also I think the other thing is foreign like this build up the domestic confidence as well. So let's not forget, the biggest, challenger in this area are the traditional energy companies, right? The coal mining companies and the energy companies that are still very much rely on fossil fuels. So I think there will be a lot of domestic politics and also a vested interest in this. So I think foreign like this would really help to bring in a lot of information to the table, but also discussion into the table. Yeah, so I'm talk from here now, so thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the short coffee break, and we now start our next session. Without further ado, may I introduce the moderator for this session. Is the Council Chairman for ISETS and former Secretary General for International Energy Forum, Dr. Sun Xiansheng. So, Dr. Sun, I now pass the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Xu. Good morning. Now let's come back. And morning, we are a busy morning, and there are many important speakers. And then let's come to the second session for the industry policy and the development. For this session, we have 5 speakers. The first one is Mr. Tony Weber, Chair, Chief Executive, Federal Chamber of Automotive Industries. Also, the number 2, the speakers, the Mr. Liu Xiaoshi, the Executive Deputy Secretary General, China EV 100. The number 3 speaker is Ms. Natalie Thomason, Chief of Staff and Senior Manager, Policy Electric Vehicle Council. Number 4 is Professor Zhang Yongxiang, Founding Dean and Distinguished University Professor, Ma Yingchu School of Economics, Tianjin University, and Director, China Academy of Energy, Environment, and Industry Economics. The number 5 speaker is Professor Sun Yongping, Deputy Dean, Institute of State Governance, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Because time limitation, so each speaker only have 15 minutes, and after this, we each have 1 or 2 questions. So we wish we can control time and make all this the success and smooth. Now let's me invite the first speaker of this session, Mr. Tony Webb, Chief Executive.
Well, thank you very much for having me. And before I start, I'd like to acknowledge my former colleague, Dr. George Chen, who is a great colleague for a number of years. So, the FCAI, we are the industry body that represents the OEMs within Australia, and the companies that we represent sell motorcycles and passenger motor vehicles, sports utilities, and light commercials. A few key facts: we have 64 brands as our members in Australia. We import over 400 vehicles to this market. Last year's sales were 1.2 million vehicles, and they are supported by a dealer network of around 4,000 that has a footprint right across Australia. I can't move the cursor. Yes, we go. So before I start, I just want to put the car industry in Australia into some context for you, because without understanding that, it's very hard to predict what the future is going to look like and to recognise the challenges of the future. So if we go back to the start of the century, in 2020, the vehicle market was dominated by passenger motor vehicles. Now, if you look at this chart, you can see three things that have occurred in the last 24 years. Passenger motor vehicles have declined dramatically. SUVs have grown very dramatically. And there's been very strong growth in light commercial vehicles, particularly utes. Now, this is particularly pertinent to what our future looks like because many other countries have a different profile to us. So what does that profile look in 2024? Well, 56% of sales are SUVs. Commercial vehicles are 22.5%, and only 1 in 6 sales in this country are passenger motor vehicles. The other segment in line with international best practice is the heavy trucks at 4%. You then need to marry that with what the fuel type is that drives those vehicles. And you can see from here that petrol at 43% and diesel at 31% are the two dominant sources of fuel. So internal combustion engines play a very important role in the Australian market. You then have the low emission technologies of hybridisation, electric and plug-in hybrids, and they represent over 20% of the market. So if we go back to 2020, electric vehicles in Australia were just 0.2%. The growth out to 2022, quite dramatic, where we got to 3.1%, but growth off a very low base. Last year, we got to 7.2%, and for the first 6 months of this year, that growth has only gone to 7.9%. So let's put that into historical perspective, because many commentators in Australia talk about the fact that we lag the rest of the world in EV sales. And if you go back to 2020, that was a very fair comment, because we were just 0.2% against the UK at 6.6%, the EU at 5.4%, and the USA at 1.8%. Fast forward to 2022, we've got dramatic growth but off a very low base. The UK has gone to 16.6%, the US has gone to 5.6%, Europe at 12.1%. Come forward to 2022, we continue our growth, but it's slowing from last year is the indication at this point. The UK has had no growth in 2 years. The USA has had minimal growth off a relatively low base, and the EU has stabilised. This goes to the question that so few people talk about in the transition to EVs: what is the reaction of the consumer? It frustrates me enormously. The discussion in this country never focuses on the consumer, and that is where the action is. Let's have a look at the USA, and it's two stories in one. Sales, as I said, are 7%, but there are 6 states that sell more than 10% of their vehicle sales are EVs. And then there are 40 states in the US that sell less than 7%. So we hear all the time about California. It is the poster child state around the world in many ways of EV adoption, and they're at 21%. But Oklahoma, another state in the US, is less than 1% of sales are EVs. You need to bring the consumer along the journey. So the US is at 7%. They have the Inflation Reduction Act, which provides enormous support. I'm talking billions, if not trillions of dollars for the manufacture of motor vehicles, EVs. We then have consumer support to purchase EVs. So in California, to the end of last year, the poster child state, there was $15,000 on the bonnet of an EV, which is 23,000 Australian dollars. That will change buyers' behaviour. But despite that, the US is still at 7%, and despite the fact that they are heavily subsidised at the point of purchase, and they're also heavily subsidised at the point of manufacture, we have Ford announcing that for every EV it sells, it's losing $50,000 US. The UK has a supply-driven approach. This year, 22% of new cars have to be EVs by the government's mandate. At this point in time, 6 months into the year, they're at 16.6%. Once again, what's happening in the UK is that private buyers, or the fleet are buying EVs. Private buyers are not purchasing EVs. And in fact, the former Prime Minister told private buyers that they didn't have to buy EVs, they could buy whatever they want. So the problem for the UK is how do they meet their targets when private buyers are not buying the vehicles? By 2030, they want to phase out all internal combustion engines in the UK. The problem is 2030 is only one model cycle away from today in what is a large investment industry with long time frames. The shortest time frame for a vehicle model around the world typically is 5 years, and some are as long as 8 to 10 years. So where is Australia in all this? Well, in 2024, probably the most significant change in Australian automotive policy was made, and that was the new vehicle emissions standard, which passed the Parliament in May. The most significant change in 100 years. It provides clarity for the OEMs about what they have to achieve. The targets are very, very ambitious. And the Commonwealth and states have ambitions of 50% EVs by 2030, which again is just one model cycle in a country that doesn't produce motor vehicles. So how ambitious is NEBS? Well, this is the target. At the moment, for light commercial vehicles, we're looking at about 219 grams per kilometre, and for passenger vehicles, on average, we're at 135. The target in 2025 is 210 and 141. By 2029, that number has to be down to 110 and 58. The key statistic on that table is in 29, the improvement over 2025 is 47.6% for light commercial vehicles and 58.9% for passenger vehicles. In what we're talking about, one model cycle, the challenge is immense. We should have started a long time ago, and the industry has been calling for this kind of strategy for a long time, over a decade, and now the government introduces it and wants it to all change overnight. So the NEBS, absolutely ambitious targets. We will have to have a very high percentage of EVs and zero-emission vehicle sales by the end of the decade. Brands that don't meet their targets will be penalised, but the $64 question is, who pays the penalty? Does the consumer pay the penalty for a car that doesn't meet the low emissions target, and thus we don't actually meet the policy objective of removing carbon from the environment? It's just more tax raised. So let's go back to the consumer, because this is where the key decision is made in the dealership. What will people actually buy? Well, the first issue that is so important in car purchase is vehicle capability. Will that vehicle carry my children? Can I tow my boat, my caravan with that car? Will it meet my work needs if I'm a tradesman? These are key issues. That is the first issue that people think about when they're buying a new vehicle in this country. You then look at cost, and it's the total cost of ownership that needs to be considered. What is the purchase price? There is a premium on almost every EV in this country, and that premium is not insignificant at this point in time. What is the depreciation? So therefore, what will be the residual value of my car? How much do I have to pay for insurance? What will the maintenance schedule be? And what is the fuel cost? All these things need to be taken into consideration and are done by both fleets but also by private buyers who will make the decision to move to a low emissions future. The driving range in such a big country where motor vehicles are such a dominant form of transport is a big issue. And how is that driving range supported by a recharging network? We're not talking about tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. We're talking vast sums of money has to be invested in this country to meet the needs when we move from 21 million cars that are essentially all internal combustion engine today to 21 or 25 million EVs some point in the near future. So can I charge at home? Otherwise, I'm in public charging. That puts the cost of charging up dramatically. We need to think about that. And will I be supported? When I'm travelling interstate with my EV, what is the recharging capability? So let's have a look at how Australians have responded across the different market segments. And if you look at passenger medium, almost 50% of vehicles this year are EVs. So what cars are in that category? The Toyota Camry, the Tesla Model 3, the BYD Seal. So we're making great inroads. But then you look at other segments. SUV small, 7%. SUV medium, 13%. EV technology translates to those size of cars plus the medium passenger more easily than other segments of the market. Thus, there are options there and at a more affordable price. SUV large, we're only at 3%, and for light commercials, we're at 0.1% because they don't meet consumers' needs and they're not available, and when they are available, it's the price point. The problem we have in this market, passenger medium, the 48.51% share of the market is only 5.3% of the total market. Big segments like SUVs, large and light commercial, which is about 1 in 3 sales in this country, very low penetration. So it's not talking about points on a chart, this is what the growth is like, it's about actually producing and selling vehicles in the segments that people want to buy. Therein lies the challenge. The other thing is the behaviour of early adopters is not necessarily going to be mimicked by the masses. Other people will have different priorities, and price and the ability of the vehicle will be important. In Australia, because we traditionally have driven large vehicles, and people ask me, why have Australians recently moved to large vehicles? I say Australians haven't recently moved to large vehicles. They've been driving large vehicles in this country since the 1950s. We, in some segments, will need a different battery chemistry to actually address those segments successfully at a financial point that is accessible to the masses. So battery chemistry will be absolutely essential to this, and that can be a long process. Now let's turn to China and the opportunities in the Australian vehicle market. So I'm sure many of you all know this, but new energy vehicles in China were 1,440 in 2010, now 8.1 million. So China has ambitions to sell 1 in 3 vehicles by 2030. China, as many of you know, has a vertically integrated supply chain, everything from batteries through to end production. I'm being diplomatic there. Export challenges to the US and Europe. We, quite rightly, are a free, open market, as we should be. NEVS and the national EV strategies of the Commonwealth and state governments is a great opportunity in a country with no tariffs and no real non-tariff barriers to importation. So where is China today in the Australian vehicle market? China's the 3rd biggest source market. That's grown rapidly in recent years and is heading very close to Thailand. The Australian market, 79% of all vehicles sold thus far this year that are EV have been sourced and manufactured in China. There's a wide range of products coming out of China at lower prices than other parts of the world, and the quality of the products is high. And you can see there the brands that manufacture EVs and bring them to Australia from China. Some have European origins, others have headquarters in the US, and there are some indigenous Chinese brands. So my concluding comments are, there are challenges around the world in actually meeting a low emissions environment for OEMs. NEVS provides a roadmap and provides clarity for the industry, but it is extremely challenging. Consumers will pick the winners. The consumers think about the capability of their vehicle, the total cost of ownership, with a particular emphasis on that purchase price, the range of their vehicle, and the recharging capability. They've got to live with that vehicle and live with it for a number of years. Australia, quite rightly, is a free and open market. We have nothing to protect. We have no domestic manufacturing. Competition is king. The message to OEMs is you should bring your best product at the most competitive price into this market, and consumers will pick the winners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tony. You showed us an important background to all these important countries for the development of the EVs. And I'm sure you will have more questions for you, but however, the time limitation, probably each speakers, we only can have one question. And also we have some of these audience from online have some questions, yeah, I'm sure. So now please prepare your questions. And after all the speakers, then we'll have the question and answers together. Now let's come to the second speaker, Mr. Liu Xiaoshi, and the Executive Deputy Secretary General of China EV 100. And his topic for speech is global trends in new energy vehicle industry and the new development characteristics in China. Now the floor is yours, please.
We're talking about global trend in new energy vehicle industry and new development of China. And I'm Liu Xiaoshi from China EV 100. China EV 100 is NGO, think tank for Chinese electric industry and the Chinese government. And we have a broad inclusion of worldwide participants, from Tesla to Toyota to Volkswagen, BYD. Everybody in the industry, you name it, we have it. Also has 14 academics, 10 ministers, and all the major institutions, including the ISETS institute. Not only manufacturing, we also have energy companies, internet companies, and all the sector related to electric vehicle, intelligent vehicle, we have them together. working together for promote Chinese government to set up the policy platform. So we learned more than 30 of the worldwide policies adapted in China from 40 of them. And we are a little bit different from US government. US California government has very good policy support to support Tesla, make Tesla one of the very successful company for EV in the world. China is a central government, almost copy California government policies. So we established 10 years ago for industrialization of Chinese electric vehicle industry. We adapted policies. Last 10 years, we put 500 million RMB government funds on that industry. Last year, we have to create 2 trillion RMB industry for electric vehicle. But actually, we learn from US and other countries like UK, Euro. Everybody has some kind of advanced technology, advanced policies. We adapted. But unfortunately, those policies ended, especially for financial subsidy, ended by year of 2022. So we have no policy, financial policy, but other non-physical policy, we still have them. Oh, sorry, too quick. For first part of trend of global industry, and we define NEV as BEV, PHEV, and hydrogen fuel cell. Globally, the passenger car for electric vehicle, 18% of the total 75 million cars are electric vehicles. In the future, year 2030, China will produce 18 million passenger cars of electric vehicle. For Euro, 8 million. For US, 7 million. For electric, so major technology. For battery technology, the advanced lithium battery, sodium batteries, solid-state batteries has progresses. In the near future, by year 2030, the battery cost will still have 25 cost reduction space. And the solid-state will become industrialization at year 2030. And other technologies like the intelligent technology, manufacturing process, AI applications, all are in progress. For electric vehicle, in the future, in year 2030, the charging system will be more efficient, accessible, and safe. Strive for 1 kilometer per second charge. Power batteries, cell battery density increased to more than 300 watt-hour per kilogram. The cost reduction of battery is less than $95 per kilowatt hour. Mileage range 500 to 1,000 kilometers per charge. For intelligent sector is that will be multi-technology applied, especially for assistant driving to autonomous driving. For AI, it will be applied big data and other high advanced technologies. The consumer side, for US, Euro, and China are quite different. For Euro and the US, mainly concern the mileage, cost for EV, that's TOC, efficiency, battery loss. For China, because we are first generation have cars, young consumers or even middle-aged consumers, they concern advanced autonomous driving at first priority, better internet, cockpit, beautiful design. Next part is characteristics. We are entering a phase called commercialization and industrialization. Year 2022, China produced and sells 6.9 million NEV. 2023, 9.5. First half of this year, 4.95 million electric vehicle produced. And actually, for the industry, the driving forces at different stages are different. Very beginning, innovation chain from science technology side has driven until year 2012. After that, the industry has set up the strengths with the support of policies. Now, we are come to the marketization sector. So industry chain combined innovation chain contribute their multiple contributory efforts. For the infrastructure is very important for electric vehicle industry because without infrastructure, is no possibility for electric vehicle. So you can see that by May of this year, charging pile installation is 9.9 million. And the new technology like 800 volt high pressure charging, solar power integrated energy support, battery swapping technology, new models of application will be accelerated. We have, by May of this year, the public charging number is more than 3 million, including DC charging 1.3 million with 44% share. And the battery swapping station, especially for commercial vehicles and the high-end passenger cars, we have 3,700 charging stations. For energy, we have deep integration between electrical vehicle and the green energy. That's because the potential of utilization of the batteries on electric vehicle has huge potential. Expected by year 2040, more than 300 million BEV running on China road. The total capacity on road, battery capacity on those vehicles is more than 20 billion kilowatt hour. Just to equalize currently daily total consumption electricity of China. So that thing must be utilized and regulated. So we have many demonstration programs running. First one, V2G. We have one of the V2G program in Beijing, and each consumer can participate in the program, can benefit from a V2G program, but 1,300 RMB per year. In other places, have solar storage and charging integration program, which can be reduce transformer capacity by 40%, increase solar power utilization by 50%, reduce charging cost by 20%. Intelligence. So by end of year of 2023, assistant driving, that's mean L2, L2 plus, installation on new vehicle is 47%. We have autonomous driving for many cities. 10 provinces in China has participated in demonstration programs. Recently, we have autonomous driving for taxis, so-called robot taxi. One of the major cities called Wuhan, roughly 10 million people, and has run, and by the end of June, they run 500 autonomous driving taxis. And by end of the year, will become 1,000. And for intelligent electrical buses, that's the installation will reduce running time by 10 to 15%. The speed of vehicle will increase 9 to 70%. minerals. Minerals is very important for electric vehicle, and cobalt, lithium, nickel are very important. And China imports 80% of the lithium material internationally. Number 1 is Australia, number 2 is Chile, and also nickel, number 1 is Indonesia, number 2 is Australia. So Australia is a very, very important partner for Chinese electric industry. By end of the first part of year 2024, China's power battery installation is 203 gigawatt hour. By year 2035, that number will be 1900 gigawatt hour. Expected by year 2035, China's power battery requirement for lithium carbonate and cobalt and nickel will be 2.2 million tons, 240,000 tons, 600,000 tons. And we have the Chinese company working with the Australia side, like Tianqi and Ganfeng and other companies to produce material for Chinese market. Also, some of definitely we have to export those vehicles. Last year, China exported electric vehicles 1.2 million. This year, expect roughly 1.5 million. International cooperation. And we have very high standard open up. For example, Tesla is the first solo-owned independent MOEs in China. And the Shanghai production capacity takes 40% of the total Tesla capacity. And the 95 Tesla parts from China. And their cars export worldwide to US, to Australia, to Europe. And for international cooperation, we have different cooperation model. First one, trading, export vehicles to different countries. You can say that BYD, Wuling, and name it. Most of the Chinese company has export. And the localization. Localization models is that Asia, Latin America, Europe has been accelerated. And with local companies set up the manufacturers from battery to the OEMs. The third one is domestic production with international brand, and such as Dacia, DS, MG. They have long time international branding, and so they use Chinese manufacturing capacity. Last model is called technology cooperation, equity cooperation. An example is that Stellantis cooperation is Leapmotor produced Stellantis cars and has marketing in Europe. So basically we can see that. Just before the session we had a question about how Australia has not yet have supply chain expansion, technology import. So because we think this is green energy industry, every country can benefit from that. We like to share our experience, even application experience. China has 1.4 billion people. We have quite different application models, like Hainan is 100% electrification by year 35. Or Shenzhen is already 20 million population country, is 100 buses electrical, 70% logistic vehicle by electrical. And even city Zhou delivery, they have 1 million delivery per year. So we like to share different experience. It's just mentioned before, Australia, people concerned about TOC. Some model in China, it's very effectively, like small cars. We have one company called Wuling, and produce mini EV. It's roughly 30,000 RMB, which is compare any same size of ICE cars with low cost to purchase. And on the road, the electricity consumption is 5 cents RMB, quite lower than the public transportation. So we can share our experience with our Australian partners and see what kind of best solution for the Australian market and the Australian industry. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Xiaoshi. Very good presentation. And they summarize all the development and also the characteristics of China. Now we come to the third speaker. Is Ms. Natalia Thomason, Chief of Staff and Senior Manager, Policy Electric Vehicles of Council. And her topic is driving the future, Australia's role in the global electric vehicle transition. Now the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Just want to confirm you can all hear me okay? Perfect. All right, thumbs up. So I'm Natalie Thompson. I'm a Chief of Staff and Senior Manager at the EV Council in Australia. I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of who we are as an industry association, some global context, as well as what we're doing locally to support the transition, as well as how we can make sure that we leverage the opportunities provided by this global energy transition and the EV transition to harness collaborations between Australia and China, but also just more broadly, the broader opportunities that presents across the EV value chain. So really excited to have this forum today to talk about all these opportunities, and it's going to be a really good session and looking forward to some really great constructive dialogue in the Q&A sessions afterwards as well. Where have I got a point for this? Is it not? There we go. So a little bit about us. EV Council, so we've been around for about 8 years now. We are the National Peak Industry Association for the EV ecosystem in Australia. We represent a range of different companies across that supply chain, whether that's vehicle OEMs, including cars and trucks, as well as charging manufacturers, suppliers, charge point operators, distributed network service providers, energy retailers and generators, financiers, fleet managers, end-of-life management as well. So we've got battery recyclers as well. So what we really realise in the transition is that there is an importance for coordination across the supply chain. And I think that's what we've seen today in terms of the different considerations that need to happen to make sure this transition can happen. We need to make sure that all players across the ecosystem are coordinated in order to achieve our climate targets and also enable a smooth transition and make sure we don't leave anybody behind. So I am just going to figure out where to click this. There we go. Okay, found the signal. So just a little bit of overview of our membership. So we represent close to 100 members across the ecosystem in Australia. Some of those are local players, but we've also got a number of different multinationals as well that are playing a really important role. You know, the EV transition is not a local transition, it is a global transition, and I want to sort of restate that point of we cannot get to where we need to go with that collaboration with international partners, and that's what's so important about forums like today, that we sort of discuss all these opportunities and how we can address those barriers to make sure that we can make sure that those climate targets are met, and also we can develop new industries and ecosystems to support that as well. So the global transition is well underway. So the International Energy Agency is predicting approximately 250 million different EVs of all shapes and sizes on roads across the world by 2030. So that's including BEVs and FEVs, so battery electric vehicles and plug-in hybrids, cars, vans, trucks and buses. And we do know that each of these segments of transport is going to play a different role in this transition. We know that light vehicles are obviously much further ahead in terms of EV adoption, but we can see, especially in jurisdictions like China, the heavy vehicle space, there's a huge opportunity there as well. The number of bus sales that are electrified in China is astounding. Australia's got a little bit of work to be done, but we've actually made significant progress as well in the last few years. In terms of where we're at globally, though, it's really clear that there are jurisdictions that are leading and some that are a little bit slower to take up. So once I figure out where to point this, there we go. So the global average in terms of light vehicle sales, we're sitting at around 18%. We were looking at the total of 2023. That's increased pretty rapidly over the last few years. There are a number of jurisdictions that are playing a much quicker role in this. Obviously, if you look at Norway, they're well ahead in terms of 90% of new vehicle sales being electrified. China is sitting at around 38%, probably a little bit higher this year. Australia is at that sort of 8.5 to 9% state of the market in terms of light vehicle sales. So in terms of actually achieving our targets and making sure we can get to our net zero targets around 2030, 2050, there is definitely a lot of work to be done to achieve those targets. But at the same time, I think what's really important to state is that the fact that we are behind in this transition is actually not necessarily a bad thing, because what it means is that we can take those learnings from overseas jurisdictions that have made mistakes or have figured out where those lessons can be learnt. We can take those on in Australia in terms of infrastructure deployment, meeting consumer needs, and a whole bunch of different areas of focus. And so there's actually a really, really good opportunity here in terms of figuring out where Australia fits in this transition and how we take those lessons from global counterparts to make sure we avoid the same obstacles that have happened overseas. There we go. So if we look at Australia's roads, we are on a trajectory to get to around 300,000 light EVs on Australia's roads by the end of this year. If you told me this 3 years ago, I would have said, no, I think you're joking, like that's not going to happen. So I think it's actually really positive in terms of the progress that we have made as a country to get to where we are today. There's actually a lot more work to be done though. So we've sort of set an initial target in terms of trying to get to 1 million EVs on Australian roads by 2027. There's a lot of work to be done to get to that. So, but if we're talking about market share, that's approximately 30% of new vehicle sales. It is achievable, but there's a lot of things that need to be dealt with in order for us to get there. And so that's something that we'll obviously have to think about. But broadly, this will be in line with achieving those sort of sales targets that have been set across the country. About 50% of new vehicle sales in 2030. So what's really, really crucial is obviously you set these ambitious targets and then you can figure out which obstacles need to be tackled in order to actually achieve those targets as well. So what's really important though is that we do bring everyone on that journey with us, and there is a huge amount of work to be done in terms of alleviating barriers to adoption in Australia. But what's really important, I think, as I said, is that we do bring everyone on that journey with us, and there's actually a number of different things that obviously we've been speaking about today in terms of the work being done at the New South Wales Government, for example, and their programs around charging infrastructure and incentives around that as well, but also different areas of fleet adoption and education and awareness. I'm going to try and click this through. There we go. So what is actually driving the EV transition in Australia? There's quite a few, but a key policy initiative, obviously, that has been spoken about today is the New Vehicle Efficiency Standard. So that is effectively supply regulation at the federal level to ensure over time we clean the fleet of vehicles coming into the country. So different brands will obviously do this at different levels, but I think overall we're looking at obviously bringing more vehicles, whether fuel-efficient hybrids, plug-in hybrids and battery-electric vehicles into the country in order to achieve those targets. So that's at the federal level. There's a range of different incentives around as well, including a fringe benefit tax exemption. I won't go into detail of what that looks like, but these are all incentives that can help bring more vehicles into the country and drive demand for those vehicles as well to make sure we can achieve those targets. In addition to that, we have state and territory governments across the country showing a very high level of ambition to promote the adoption of EVs across the country. So that includes the provision of rebates in the past, but also the introduction of infrastructure investment, so co-funding investment with the EV charging operators to make sure we get chargers in the ground for a variety of applications. So we're looking at high-power public charging networks, but also looking at those destination charging initiatives to make sure that wherever Australians are driving, they have chargers available to them. And also, I think, as was mentioned earlier this morning, looking at those areas around the equity barriers to adoption around apartments and the built environment, getting chargers in the ground to make sure that everybody has equal access to charging. So that's going to continue to be something that is worked on. It will continue to require investment, but it's all very encouraging to see that sort of ambition being set by state governments in particular to make sure that their communities are brought on this journey with them. And so we will continue to see that effort as well, and that's going to be really, really encouraging. In addition, obviously, as we've seen more recently, I think there's a few in the room today, but there have been a number of more affordable EVs hit the market in the last few years, and we're going to continue to see that rise as well. I think one of the big concerns, obviously, around EV adoption is all around upfront purchase cost. Can I get an EV that's in a price range to meet my needs? And we're going to see more of those vehicles come to the market as well in the next few years, and I think that's really, really positive to see, and that we're going to continue to see more of those different sizes of vehicles as well. So we're talking about, sedans, but also SUVs, utes, whatever it might be. There's a lot of positive progress in terms of getting those EVs into the country. And the other areas around growing consumer awareness and education. So obviously, with any new transition, there is a learning curve, and I think that's really, really important to recognise. So, 15 years ago, people didn't really all have, rooftop solar, but now Australia is a jurisdiction with the highest penetration rate of rooftop solar in the world. We can absolutely learn to adopt new technologies in Australia. It's just a matter of actually understanding what it means for us and whether it will fit our needs. And so, as we can see, there is a huge level of education to be had in terms of getting to mass market of EVs in Australia, but we have a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of people who are really excited about the potential of EVs in Australia. So I think it's really important to sort of consider that when you're thinking about where we are in the market today. Yes, we're at this early adoption phase, but we will continue to see this appetite for more EVs into the Australian market. And I've got a chart here to talk through all the things that do have to be considered. So this is not necessarily a straightforward transition in terms of the things that need to be tackled. So I've split this out into the different sort of focus areas of some of the work that we do at the EV Council to alleviate barriers to adoption. Whether that involves addressing equity considerations around charging infrastructure, there is a range of work being done around looking at home charging, how people are actually using their vehicles today. We conduct surveys and work with existing EV owners in the country to make sure we understand exactly that mix between people who are able to install chargers if they've got off-street parking, those kinds of challenges as well. We know that at the moment, over 90% of current EV owners today do charge at home and are able to charge at home. There is a proportion of drivers, however, who cannot do that, and so they are still reliant on public charging investment in order to meet their needs, and that's where those curbside programs and other initiatives come in to really, really fulfil that gap in terms of charging equity. But in addition to that, obviously, there's a lot of work being done around the infrastructure rollout of ensuring, obviously, we integrate EVs into the grid in a way that benefits the energy system. The opportunities of the future around vehicle-to-grid technology, that's going to continue to scale over the next few years as well. There's a huge excitement in Australia of how we can actually do that and harness the capabilities of these large batteries and how they can actually benefit the energy system going forward in order to provide a sustainable transition to renewable energy as well. So there's a huge opportunity there. In addition, obviously, we're talking about battery technologies, what's happening in the state of the market today. We know there's obviously a few different chemistries that exist out there, and it depends on what vehicle you're looking at in terms of what meets your needs. There's going to be continual evolution in terms of what that looks like. But at the moment, those concerns around range, for the most part, people can quite easily drive an EV wherever they need to go. The average person in Australia commutes about 50 kilometres a day at a maximum. Every single EV that's being sold today already fits that profile. If you get into an Uber, you can get into an electric Uber quite easily. They drive around all day. They are happily using public charging infrastructure or topping up at home as needed. So there are plenty of EVs on the roads already today that can meet people's needs. It's just a question of obviously what other vehicles can be brought into the market to address those gaps, whether that's in sort of those utility vehicles, vans, whatever it might be. There's always going to be those opportunities. And I think what I haven't flagged today is obviously looking at heavy vehicles and the need to address the low-hanging fruit in the freight space. We know that the long-haulage interstate trucks are going to take a much longer time to decarbonise. That doesn't mean we can't get started today on those urban delivery routes. There are huge benefits to the health of people in Australia, and I think it's been shown in China as well, from reducing air pollution on our streets. And it's really important that we look at that when we're talking about getting those low emission zones in to really boost the availability of, or the demand for, green vehicles to help move goods around Australia as well. So it's really important we don't just look at obviously cars and passenger vehicles when we're talking about this transition. There's a huge opportunity in looking beyond that as well. So I won't go into all of this today because there's a few more things I want to get to, but basically what I'm talking about is there is a lot of things that need to be worked through in order to actually achieve this transition, and there's no shortage of opportunities here as well. In terms of what I want to talk about today, though, and I guess to sum up, it's really, really crucial that we do accelerate this transition at a global scale. There is no doubt that electrification of transport is going to play a really, really important role in achieving climate targets globally, and Australia has a really important role to play in this. So this chart is basically to articulate that there are opportunities across that entire EV value chain that should be leveraged, and there is a role for Australia to play in that, and there is a role that China should play in this as well. So I think it's been spoken about today. Obviously, Australia is, a massive producer of lithium and other critical materials that are going to be essential in the energy transition, but also the EV transition specifically. And we already know that there's obviously a number of different partnerships that already exist, a number of arrangements, because we know that China dominates the EV battery supply chain, but also the broader renewable energy supply chain. And we need to make sure we learn from our global partners in order to actually achieve the transition needed and to develop innovation across that ecosystem. So I guess in terms of the EVC's work, we represent members across the ecosystem, maybe just not including the top left corner, but we've got players across that entire ecosystem in terms of people who are bringing products to market and looking at that end-of-life consideration as well. So there are opportunities from the mining and refining of critical materials through to the production of batteries and vehicles of all shapes and sizes, the vehicle operation and how we actually integrate these vehicles into the energy system, but also end-of-life considerations to make sure we can develop circular economies and sort of really, really boost the sustainability potential of this transition as well. It's not helpful to sort of purely look at that sort of upfront, upstream considerations. We have to look at that full sort of life cycle of vehicles to make sure we can harness that potential. We know that recycling is also scaling globally, and so Australia should also make sure we learn from our global partners in terms of how we can also develop capacity in that end-of-life processing and repurposing and reusing batteries as well. So there's a huge opportunity there that we should be exploring today, and I'm sure people today will be happy to talk through that with you. So I guess what I'm going to sort of end on is that there is a huge need, and that's why these forums are so helpful, is that there is a huge need for us to make sure we do harness the opportunities from this transition to develop partnerships and to enhance trade and cooperation on these issues. There is no way that Australia can get to where it needs to go without working with global partners, working with China, working with others in the Asia-Pacific region, and also obviously globally to actually get to where we need to go. And importantly, it's not just about Australia's market. We are a very small market in terms of demand for vehicles. We have a very small population, but Australia has a role to play at a greater scale in this because of the abundance of natural resources that we do have available to us and our proximity to big players, in the Asia-Pacific region to actually, support this global transition to electric vehicles and renewable energy. There is a huge opportunity for us to take more of a role here. The question is always to what extent can we play a role, right? So it's similar to the Olympics. If you look at the Olympics, Australia is not going to win gold medals in every single sport. That's just not going to happen. But there are those that we can do really well in. Maybe that's swimming, maybe that's specific initiatives. And I think it's similar when you look at the EV value chain, right? There are things we clearly have potential to do more in. If you compare, I guess, critical minerals is basically swimming. And then you can look at beyond that to what other things there are where we can play a bit of a role, but we can't do everything all at once. And I think we do have to have this discussion on to what extent Australia plays a role in this EV value chain, to what extent we make sure we attract inbound investment from our global partners in order to boost innovation in the supply chain domestically and leverage those opportunities to really rebuild this sustainable EV value chain for the future. So I'm probably going to finish there, but basically Australia has a really important role to play in this transition. We know that China has a huge dominance in this EV value chain in particular, and they have so many lessons to share with us in terms of where we can take things beyond this. Electrification presents this huge opportunity for our transport system to decarbonise, but also presents opportunities for Australia's economy in terms of diversification away from exporting coal and other fossil fuels. We have a huge opportunity here to harness. And so we should be doing this, and we should be doing it by working with international partners to achieve that as well. So it's not just about our transition locally, we should be thinking at a global level in Australia about how we can play a role in this transition. And I'm going to leave it there, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Natalia, and thank you for introduction and also your analysis for the cooperation internationally and Australia and China. Now we come to the number 4 speaker, Mr. Zhang Yingxiang, the founding dean and the distinguished university professor in School of Economics, Tianjin University, director, China Academy of Energy, Environment and Industry Economics. And his subject is overcapacity and going global. What's at stake? Why do views differ? Now the floor is yours, please.
Thanks for Council Chairman Sun for kind introduction, and also thank the organizer, particular Professor Shi, for invitations. I'm very glad to come back here and speak in the same location and for a different topic. Everybody knows recent years there are a lot of debate between China on the one hand and the US and the EU on the other hand regarding China EVs, and particularly about overcapacities, a lot of controversies, and you also hear the different stories. And so I like to use the opportunity to share some of my thoughts and at least help to understand why this issue is so controversial and what are the stake. And generally speaking, China have the two advantages in the value chains. One is, particularly in this low and medium technologies, and country become the workshop and the products and sell a lot of things. Yeah, this is everybody know. But the recent years and over last decades, and government China also made great efforts trying to climb in the technology ladders, and in the end we also gain some first advantage in technologies, and particular in this is so-called three examples: PVs, electric cars, and the batteries. And indeed, that is also already see that if you look at the economic term, you find the volume exported and also the contribution to GDP is also become big. And here are the figure, for this item, and total value added already come to 80.3% of China trade surplus. So this is very huge amount. And in the physical quantitative term, you find every car export to abroad, and one which are the electric cars, and for the country as a whole, and 60% of EV production globally from China. And so then you come to a lot of the question and concern about why the China was so dominant. And on the one hand, you see the EU and the United States, it was purely Chinese government subsidies. On the other hand, the Chinese government always say, oh, no, we something else. I would say generally, fair speaking, this is a number of factors work together. And indeed, and the government have long term have this so-called industrial layout and long-term industrial policy guidance, and certainly also, at least in the early days, provide a lot of the subsidies, which is help to activate the domestic demand. And for car manufacturers, they are continually investing in R&Ds, in particular in the upgrading their batteries and intelligent technologies. And another thing which make China is advantage is how huge market and also internal competition, which further push down the cost and also lower the price. This will further strengthen the scale effect. And the other things which we could consider the advantage in the entire value chains, which are pool of engineers and the technologies. Yeah, so this is certainly put China in the early advantage. On the other hand, I would say is the game is not over, and I guess the multilateral companies, they still have a chance, particularly come to the technologies, particularly the batteries. Whether who can manage to grab the solid technology probably is one of the things to say. Another thing is although China produce a lot of the electric cars, but most of them are still sold in China. So basically, is 85% probably sold in China, only 15% export abroad. Even for those exports from abroad, from China, actually is international cooperation, multilateral cooperation, and actually is quite a few. And here is one figure show, and from EU studies, and basically, for example, like end of last year, and 300,000 electric cars sold the EU market, but most of them actually either which is a foreign brand like the Tesla, either is China acquired from like MGs. And just in the middle, which is from China side, and like BID and other brands, only account for 4%. So that basically means a car, electric car through the EU market, basically foreign brand. And for China one, and we only actually account a very small percentage. That means basically China really provide opportunity for foreign capital, global capital, gain quite benefit. Yeah, so this is also should be put into perspective. And another thing which also heavily debated in the media and said China now become the world's largest export of the vehicles, and we exported last year 4.9 million cars, exceeding Japan's. But on the other hand, I like to also put into perspective for a lot of multilateral cars those days, they actually is already localized. Basically, they establish their manufacturing abroad and they sell theirs. If you look at the Toyotas, the end of March of this year, just the fiscal year 2023, and sold 10.3 million globally and 1.53 million inside China. Basically, it's about 50% which is sold, which actually is domestically. Most of them, 85%, which is globally. So that means, so for China one, is if you look at this percentage, 8.3 million is still far more than China, about 5 million vehicle exported. And also is, because you have a lot of exporting, then you hear a lot of American politicians, EU politicians say that China over capacities. But the point is, every 4-car export are only 1 electric vehicles. So if you say China was over capacity, you should say it should be not is electrical car over capacity, it should be the conventional car capacities. But the Western society doesn't see that. The reason because is for the conventional ICE cars, China, particularly in the high brand, China don't have any advantage. So which basically is occupied by the foreign multilateral brand. And only, but why they are very concerned the electrical vehicles, and basically is for many new technologies, and always from the Western multilateral corporations, and then they have advantage, then they can use that advantage to grab the actual bonus benefit for a long, long time. So then country like China is catch up and finally, and is compete with them, and then they can start low price. But this time for electric car, probably Chinese electric car company doesn't give any chance, at least and for this stage, and so that reason makes them very worried and concerned and take this issue to become more and more seriously. Yeah? And but on the other hand, I would say the EU and the United States, they are really catch up, and they set up a very high standards, set out very high ambitious domestic goals. And if you look at the EU, they have this New Zero Industry Act, and they want to, by the 2030, and 40% the domestic capacity consumption have to from domestic capacities. And if you look at the electrical batteries, and by the 2030, and the domestic EU capacity production should be 7.3 times current production capacities. So this means that the user there's a existing production capacity different significantly from the expected target. So that means, then you find, say, either EU and the United States, they really set up the industrial policy trying to make up this insufficient policy. And but on the other hand, they probably think this is probably not enough, and at least not that enough to stop and China expansion export. So then they elevate the battery electric vehicle to the strategic industries and introduce subsidies and reduce support policies, and also use some kind of trade regulations trying to slow down this China exporting to abroad. And for US side, and the colleague already mentioned about the US inflation reduction, but the EU side, they have so-called anti-subsidy investigations. And then recently they just announced they will impose the provision duty, which will be around 70.4 to 37% difference since July this year. And then they also ask customer duty to import how many cars from China, so that in the end, if in the November this year the final decision is made, they probably will retroactively levy the tariff. And they also, EU, they have also own so-called foreign subsidy regulation, which released last year. They actually also use this very broad way, which differ from WTO rules, to do some mitigation. So far, all the mitigation come to China and all the companies, and so they put the country in a very difficult position. So far we are talking about something which is from EU and US or the China side. But on the other hand, I also like to see the China side. You probably also should look at this very seriously, but not only criticize them, but also something you also can to see whether you can do something better. And first of all, I like to see the current situation to some extent also is the result of cumulative Chinese industry policy. Before they have strict prohibiting particular private industry come to high-end service sectors. So lead all the capital investment come to manufacturing sectors, then lead up the high production capacity, then probably lead to overall capacity. So this kind of policy really need to change. Otherwise, this will be today is the EV, probably tomorrow, other day tomorrow could be something else. And this is a very big issue. Another thing is, in the government China side, you already said, oh, we are not dumping because we sell the price in the EU market two or three times than China market. Yes, your price abroad is higher than domestically. It's not mean subsidy, it's not dumping, but that's still not rule out the subsidies. Yes, this is really one issue. Another is you hear from governments always said you see particularly use the International Energy Agency forecast, and by year 2030, and we need 40 million EVs. But the point is, although so far absence of global capacity, but that necessarily means the EU and US will have to absorb the car export from China. Similar things, and China all know this export to developing countries, but there is also insufficient capacity in other developing countries. That not only means there is a market to absorb China export, and other developing countries we cannot sacrifice the future natural development opportunity by not imposing restriction on China, export. So this could happen very soon. Yeah. So that reason I would say that China really needs to look at this very seriously, because you are very, very large economics. It's not something like Australia or some other small countries. This is, once you are 2 times your production than your domestic needs, really have a big impact on globally. Yeah? And so, but on the other hand, I would say the China car really have very competitive. But on the other hand, you do see there is global needs, and so is the China car manufacturer go abroad is a natural ways. But here I like to emphasize a couple of points. One is Chinese car going abroad is very different from overseas, the energy resources going abroad, because for oil and gas going abroad, because basically country lack of oil and gas, and also oil and gas sector is very capital intensive, so it really doesn't hurt much about local employment, but in the meantime can grab a lot of resources from abroad and pump up and provide more supply and help to lower the price. So this is very different. Another thing is also different from Japanese car going abroad, because when Japanese car going abroad, at that time Japan already shortage of laborers, and for that reason they can use the global labor and the competitive advantage to help them. But China nowadays, they have a huge people need to employ. Yes, that reason also make a difference. Yeah. So that means from this perspective, it still is the best policy in China interesting to have more exporting than just investment abroad. But if you want to keep that things, very important for China and other countries to have the good relationship. In that reason, is either from China's side, either from abroad, other countries really have to still work on this ways, trying to have relationship better, and then it's good for your exporting. Right? But on the other hand, also when you are talking about going abroad, investing abroad, also should be realized. Maybe the investment abroad maybe not going to produce the same successful story as domestically, because domestically you can use the domestic market and then you cut the price, lower cost, and then you have this virtual circle. But when you come to abroad, they have a lot of restrictions, trade policy, trade restrictions, laborers, environmental standards. This may all will dragging your speed of landing, your production capacities, and so that reason may not be easy quickly you form the scale of economics. So this is something you have to very think about for the futures. But anyhow, if you go abroad, there are a number of ways and to go for that. Of course, is build the local productions, and then have the equity investment. Then have also another is licensed royal service. And here I'd like to mention a couple of few points about this if you have investment abroad. And basically, we really have to learn from previous experience. Once you invest abroad, you really to adapt to principle localizations, trying to use more local people, select more local talent, and also trying to use more local supplies. So this kind of this stuff. Then the local people, other countries will be really welcome you. Not only you help them technology, but you help them to solve the employment. And not only you bring every workers from China, and you have all the managed team from China. This kind of thing is maybe not appreciated by most other countries. Yeah. Another thing is when you are make abroad, you not all from the beginning, you not think about we can benefit some kind of trade regime, like U.S., Canada, Mexico, this kind of regime. If you think that way, could put you in trouble. And so that reason, when you think about, for example, like BRD, if you want to really investment in the Mexico, you really to think about whether this kind of investment purely based on the Mexican market is profitable. And of course, if that is profitable, it's good business. And of course, if there is a possibility for you to exporting more cars from Mexico to US, use the lower tariff, that is additional bonus. But you will think about the focal point and initial point. You should first think about the BRD, yourself, and also we should learn from Japanese car manufacturers. When they have problem abroad, they always acting together, and we are always fighting each other. Sometimes is not good. Another thing which is noticed, particularly for CNTL, when you come to corporations, because they are very sensitive, so they use this so-called licensed royal service. Basically, is CNTL exporting their IP right and building their battery electric, help them to mix everything already. And but they don't. Then they charge the IP and also the service fees, but they don't own any shares. And so this is, and then the collaborating part of either from the US and EU, and there will have 100% ownership, and they will pay all the cost. Yeah. So this is the kind of thing which is CNTL doing, which is not a discussion with a bunch of collaborations. So this is also kind of way to do it. Yeah, to do it. Yeah. Let me finally have some policy suggestions, and I just want to say something about the US. Of course, the US still can do your own ways and set very high restriction and basically no any new car, electric car come to China. So certainly you can do that. But another way is you probably US also can learn from China. Is welcome all the technology from abroad to China, and then China manage, learned and manage it, and then become the leaders. And the US, particularly the EVs, you are not in the real advantage. So could be that you also can welcome China come to China, and Chinese manufacturer EV come to US. Meantime, when you to renew the US, Canada, and Mexico agreement, you might see whether depends on the importance to the US, you might can elevate the tariff which from goods exporting from Mexico to US. From like electrical cars, you can reduce this loopholes and for this product detour from Mexico to United States, and then you let them all produce the US, and that will be helpful US and EV industries, a lot of employment, and also good for US, and also probably also can lower the price and let the company and also the people enjoy the EV much earlier than other would be. So this is kind of thing which I was called for many years, for many months. But recently I see the former President Trump actually is also have this kind of idea come out. He recently said that he welcomed Chinese car come to US, and electric car come to US, and then will help for the US car manufacturers. Yeah. So this is something which I like to share with you, and regarding this point, if you have time later, I will also like to Q&A, also like to discuss some issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And also some good suggestions. I think probably later on we can have some discussions. Now we come to the number 5 speaker, Professor Sun Yongping, Deputy Dean, Institute of State Government, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. And his topic is evolution of EV's policy system in China. Now the floor is yours, please.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks for Xunpeng organizing for this forum. About 3 years ago, we and Xunpeng and me planned to launch this forum. So it's amazing. China EV sector is a very successful. So behind this is inspiring story. But how to explain this inspiring story from the protect policy is challenging because there are 3 couple of relations needed to explain. First one, the government and the market. Second one, the central government and the local government. Third one is production and consumption. So my topic is evolution of EV's policy system in China. My topic includes 4 keywords. First, starting point. Second, situation. Third, phases. The last, characteristics. China energy endowment structure, rich in coal, poor in oil and gas. So this endowment structure decided China oil independence is very high. This maybe bring about energy secretary. Sorry. The second pressure is from environmental pollution. According to the MEE report, the air pollution in China, large and medium-sized cities come from mobile source pollution. Mainly for your vehicle. From the climate change, the transport sector is about 15 total emissions. According to the WRA, the Great Development EV, the current peaking time of China transportation industry will further advance to 2026. Chinese, because the energy endowment, energy security, and environmental pressure and climate change, so Chinese need to a very different transition pay from developed countries. So Chinese modernization must have be harmony between humanity and nature. From the development countries, maybe the typical transition pace is coal-dominated, trans to partially and natural gas dominated, and to new energy dominated. But China maybe need to coal-dominated trans to new energy dominated. In 1992, in China, very famous scientist Qian Xuesen wrote a letter to State Council. He wants to develop EUA. He from 3 points. One is handle environmental issues. Second, reduce oil dependency. Third is change lens for the risk. So it's a very important letter. Very important letter. This date is reported by other presenters, so I skip faster. In 2015, China became the world largest EV market. 2020, China removed foreign ownership limitations. You know, less than 50%. But after removing the limitation, and the market penetration rate of Chinese brand is still rising. So the development EV sector China maybe 3 phase. The first one is the introduction phase. In this phase, the major task is to explain the path from the lab to the market, and mainly driven by policy. And the second, industrialization phase. In this phase, the major task is to achieve industrialization with development center bank. In this phase is mainly driven by policy and market. In the third phase, we name a boom phase. In the major task is promoting high quality development and competitiveness. But in this phase mainly driven by market, not policy, non-policy. So I need to quick also. You know, just in the first phase, not just explain the technology. The mechanism is very important. Maybe very important. For example, share mechanism of partnership, integration of technology and finance, integration policy and market. Then is very important. Industrialization phase, you know, 2013 is a turning point because this year there are policy gap period, and this year government face a lot of characteristics because of the different subsidies. So in this year, infrastructure is efficient in scale and speed is a very huge challenge. So first, in an official document, infrastructure is mentioned as important as EV in a strategy. So we found high quality development in the long run. So China government released a dual credit policy, promote the energy efficiency in traditional fuel vehicles and boost the development of EVs. So China the policy is step-by-step development. From start for stability at reduction to 50%, and because of the COVID-19 extend one time 2020, but last year cancel all of subsidies last year. And technology direction is very different other countries. For example, Japan just pure use plug-in hybrid use at for cell vehicles, not hybrid, not in subsidies. From the central local government level, the production side, central government is the key. Provides core subsidies, include, but subsidies will come from four tax. So China raised the four tax rate to financing for EV subsidies. Local government offer additional subsidies. But in the consumption side, the key player is the local government. For example, the usage transition on the traffic at the license plate is very important in some cities. Maybe, for example, Beijing, Shanghai are very important. At the charging fee, at the parking facility, at the fee, and tax exemption. But central government creating demand. For example, Beijing Olympics. Shanghai Expo. So government and market need to parallel effective market, effective government and efficient market. So need to new financing method, new innovation marketing strategy, and control manufacturing. The last one. China integrate of the phone chains. In industry chains is very important for China EV's story. Innovation chains at the tendency at the capital chain. The phone chain together to tackle the key technologies, lay out industry chain around the innovation chain. Lay innovation chain around the industrial chain. Two directions. Ensure connection of phone chains. So that's all. Thank you. Thank you.
So for next session, we have 3 presentations by 3 very dear colleagues from UTS. The first presentation will be by Dr. Scott Dwyer. He is from Institute for Sustainable Futures, and he's leading an interesting national EV demonstration project that today he will be sharing with us. After Scott, we will have distinguished Professor Guzhou Wang. He asked one question in the previous session. So when he gives his presentation, probably we will find out more the origin of that question. He is director of Center for Clean Energy Technology, and we should congratulate him very recently, he was, in a way, honored with Australian Laureate Fellowship. Big congratulations to Professor Wang. And the final, the third presentation will be Dr. Marina Yu Zhang from ACRI, Australia China in a way Relations Institute, and we will follow it with Q&A sessions. So let me welcome Scott to start his presentation.
Thanks, Kavi, and thanks to the organisers for the invitation to speak to you today. So I'm going to be speaking a bit about industry-led research, and as part of that, the demonstration projects on EVs and energy that we're doing at my institute, and some of the sort of lessons as well about how to foster good industry-led research. So I'll tell you a little bit about my institute, about what transformation through industry-led research actually is. I'll then talk a little bit about the rationale for EV and energy demonstrations, and we've obviously heard a little bit about that today already from the previous excellent speakers. I'll then take you through a selection of other EV and energy-related demonstration projects that we're working on or are about to launch soon. And then just go through a summary of some critical factors for success where you're looking at these sorts of industry, academia, partnership projects. So the Institute for Sustainable Futures, we've been going for 25 years. We're a research institute based here at UTS. And we're really focused on transdisciplinary research through collaborative project-based research. So there's around 150 staff and students, 50 PhDs working on different aspects of sustainability. And we organise ourselves in different areas. I work in the energy team, which also covers EVs and a range of different ways we support the industries and companies and government agencies that we work with. So what is transformation through industry-led research? So these are basically research projects that involve industry and researchers working together to address various major challenges and opportunities facing an industry or sector. So benefits of these sorts of projects, as opposed to industry going alone or researchers going it alone, is it really encourages strong alignment between what those research topics are and what the industry need is, and making sure that they align with those industry needs and goals while adding that academic rigour and robustness. It also, through these collaborative projects, you also naturally just build transdisciplinary teams, people with social science backgrounds, with technical, with political, with science, and with different experiences, whether it's working in government or in startups or in research as well. It's also a good way where industry has already investment in its own R&D, ways of leveraging that further by using industry researchers who can work on these projects, but also can go out and find additional sources of funding, which can then get sort of more bang for your buck when it comes to that industry spend. And really, again, looking at the different strengths and resources that universities and industry brings, these collaborative industry-led projects are really fantastic, especially where you've got these large systemic issues and challenges like we've got happening in the energy transition with the major transition from fossil fuel to electric vehicles as well. It's really important for these sorts of industry-led collaborations as well between researchers and industry are funding and partner networks. And I've got a selection of different funding networks there that we work with at the UTS Institute for Sustainable Futures, in which, again, UTS is part of as well. So the iMove, which is a cooperative research centre, again, UTS is a member. very focused on sort of transport, but anything from drones to marine to electric vehicles. That's just coming to the end of their 10-year period. We've got the Race for 2030, which is focused on energy, but they do have an EVs programme as well, and that's been going a few years, and my project has been funded by that. I'll talk a little bit more about them. But you also have other agencies like the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA, like the Decarb Hub, Decarbonisation Innovation Hub, which was set up by the New South Wales Government. It's got partnerships with New South Wales universities as well, again looking at how to really drive change and transformation, and electrical energy systems is one of their key themes. And product stewardship as well, which is based at UTS around end-of-life batteries and minerals. So again, very similar benefits to being able to tap into these networks as collaborative projects in general, different perspectives, being able to take on some of that risk as well, which might not be industries alone or researchers alone or universities alone don't have that appetite to take, so de-risks it. And again, some of these research centres offer projects which can last over multiple years as opposed to multiple months. So it really gives you that bit of stability, and you're able to take a longer term view, and you're able to do projects with more of a strategic focus as well. So why are we working on EV and energy demonstrations anyway at the Institute within UTS? Oops. And again, we'll probably be touching on things here which others have said today. So this is a direct quote from the Australian Energy Market Operator. Australia is experiencing a complex, rapid and irreversible energy transformation. We've just got a screenshot there of the Integrated System Plan for 2024. And for AMO, who are responsible for the electricity and gas networks in the eastern and southern states, under their step change scenario, which is can be interpreted as their business as usual, you have some pretty major changes happening between now and 2050. So energy storage capacity to increase by 16 times, grid scale wind to increase by 6, distributed solar by 4, grid electricity use to double. Again, you've got these drivers around electrification, coal generation to disappear, and thousands of kilometres of new transmission lines. So this transformation happening there. Western Australia is different, but again, you could argue that they are undergoing a more rapid transformation because of their isolated nature. And again, big changes going on in Alice Springs, the Northern Territory as well. So this sort of transformation, these changes, not just contained to the south and eastern states. Again, we've heard from the New South Wales Government and others around transport emissions increasing, and by the end of this decade they'll have overtaken stationary power and power generation for their overall contribution to Australia's national emissions. And you can see there that upward trajectory as well, and we heard that again going in the wrong direction, whereas it's been decreasing for stationary power generation. It is going up for transport, and we got a bit of a dip during the years of the COVID restrictions. But again, the most recent numbers aren't out from the greenhouse gas inventory, but again, you can predict they're going upwards. So it's really important to get control of these emissions, and obviously electrification poses a good tool to be able to do that. Again, we heard about cost of living pressures. We heard about fuel security around imported fossil fuels and just how volatile that is. We've all seen how the prices swing at the petrol stations here in Australia as well. So again, this is from the National EV Strategy. Again, just that difference between how using electric with an electric vehicle can make lots of savings as well. Another great aspect of EVs is the fact that it can soak up a lot of that excess solar that we've got in the middle of the day when people are at work or at the house, possibly not using their car if it's for private use. And again, EVs offer a fantastic battery on wheels to be able to soak up that solar. You just have a extract there from a demonstration project run a couple of years ago, funded by the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, with Origin Energy, the retailer. And what you're seeing there is different states. You're seeing the lightly coloured or red colour, that's when EVs are charging and without any intervention, and the dark red when they introduced a smart charging tariff, so making it more expensive to charge when in the evenings when there's peak demand and less solar on the grid, and then making it cheaper and charging the vehicle during the day when you've got that excess solar. And they've actually launched I think it's the only sort of EV smart charging tariff just now in Australia, so you can get that today. And just finally, in terms of the sort of rationale, is just around that falling cost. Again, we've heard from other speakers just about that, the cost falling, and this is an extract from the 6th IPCC report. And again, looking at how solar PV costs have fallen dramatically, storage has been following, and batteries seem to be for EVs seem to be following that as well. So all good reasons to really look at, what does this mean? There's obviously benefits, but are there challenges associated? And obviously that falling cost, really, China's played such a huge part in getting costs to where they are. So that's just a run through of the rationale. So I'll just take you through the EV demonstration projects I'm working on just now at the Institute, and some others that we've got lined up, and some of the challenges that they're trying to deal with. So this is a project called SEVI, the Australian Strategic EV Integration Project. So it's funded by the Race for 2030, CRC, UTS is a member, and the Institute, other members from UTS, and 5 other universities are working on this project. So it's looking at 3 different early use cases for EVs, promising that have some opportunity for scaling. So in New South Wales, we're working on fleets. So that's mainly grid-connected depot-based charging with business or government fleets. And again, looking at who those early movers are, how they're electrifying their fleets, and what can we learn from them. We've also got EVs in precincts, so we're working with an eco-village in Western Australia near in Margaret River, where they're looking at, they're offering public EV charging, and the money they make from that, the money goes back into the Strata's bank account to reduce the amount the Strata has to pay. And there it's actually 6 microgrids connected together with storage, with solar, and these public EV chargers. It's quite an innovative model. And again, what are the lessons there that we can apply to other stratas, other precincts, apartment blocks in other states. And the third one is EVs in regional businesses. So with this particular one, we're focusing on holiday parks and caravan parks in South Australia, which are mostly embedded networks in areas where there's capacity issues, also typically in low-lying or areas that are prone to floods, bushfires, and again we're looking at a mix of stationary storage, PVs and EVs. So while it's called an EV project, as we're seeing in the market, often when there's EVs, there's some form of on-site distributed energy resources as well. And this it's a mix, and this is what we're looking at with this project as well. You can see the type of collaboration that we have in this project, and it's we've got 6 universities, 30 researchers, a couple of different state governments, industry bodies, network companies, technology companies, and other national and international bodies there who are either core partners in the demonstration or sit on our industry reference group as well, or provide some sort of international advisory. But again, that project brings in lots of different perspectives, gives us an opportunity to innovate and understand what's happening in other parts of the world and other sectors. So what challenges is this project trying to understand? And it's complex, it's multifaceted, and policy regulation standards that aren't designed for EVs or these contexts that are unclear or lack clarity, vary region by region, state by state. We've got costs and benefits which are unclear. Nobody knows, what business models will work, what is appropriate pricing, tariffs, how does the tax work. We have, again, past research which is really focused on the innovators, early adopters, but again, if we're going to scale this, we're going to have to understand the attitudes of the mass market. So how do people, before react and charge their EVs, how can you get them to adopt the behaviours, the preferred behaviours that we want around charging as well? And then also, obviously, technical issues around how do you soak up that solar, how do you integrate it with the grid, how do you manage it, various issues, and complement other DR sources that might be there. So through our industry-led research, doing research on attitudes, behaviours, integration with the grid, looking at the business models, looking at policy, legal and tax implications, and what levers we need to move from the current business as usual, where there's no EV charging in holiday parks, for example, but they see a future where they're plugging a pretty big hole in the regional EV charging network, with benefits flowing to the local communities and supporting those local businesses. What are those levers that we can pull, whether it's supply chains, education, customer business models, or regulatory. Just another couple of upcoming projects we've got, which haven't been announced yet, but should be soon. One looking at vehicle-to-grid demonstrations and business models. So this is working with a major motoring organisation to look at how EVs can support the grid through feeding energy back into the grid itself. So again, there's been other demonstration projects in Australia on this, notable ones in the ACT. Other demonstration projects, there's been EV demonstration projects run in Australia since the early part of the last decade, but again, real ramping up of that recently and more to come, I'm sure. And then the one on the right, which is another project funded by ARENA, which is to do with curbside charging. So again, for those people that don't have off-street parking or who are travelling somewhere to a show or to do shopping or to some form of recreation, being able to plug your car and charge it where there's already an electricity pole or light pole. So we'll be looking at, again, how to customers react to new tariffs, making sure that it's really easy for people to roam across charging networks, and looking at ways that you can control and optimise charging to minimise the impacts on the grid as well. So I'll just wrap up by saying some sort of critical factors that we see for can end up in really strong collaborative industry-led research projects. So just aligning those research objectives and outcomes with industry needs and expectations from the start, making sure that there's a really strong trust and good communication between the industry and the researchers as well, and that can take time to build, but also recognising that industry also has to have internal stakeholders to satisfy as well, and gaining that commitment is really important. Adequate funding as well, too little funding to be able to meet, if you've got big aims and objectives, can be challenging, so it can be good to work on a small number of smaller projects, iterate and build up to those larger projects, and again, having a mix of funding types, whether it's in-kind, whether it's internal funding, external, again, can be really useful to get to that point where you can answer those research questions that industry really wants to answer. And again, finally, making sure that what is it you're trying to achieve, and then being able to evaluate your project against, okay, did we actually meet the industry's expectations? Were we able to move towards that type of scalability, replicability, and sort of societal change that you're looking to get from transformative industry-led research projects? Thank you for that. I'll leave it there. Thank you for listening.
Professor Xu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank my colleague, Professor Rock Shi, provide me this opportunity to talk about the battery technology and the potential cooperation between Australia and China. My name is Guoxiu Wan. I'm currently the director of UTS Central for Clean Energy Technology. My major expertise is in the battery technology area. So from this figure, you can see the global electric car stock increased dramatically, particularly in the past 5 years. This trend will continue to increase. And then you can see China is a large market and consumers of EV, and not only battery manufacturing, but also electric car production. There are many, maybe 100 different brands. Here I select the Tesla. Currently is quite popular in Australia. BYD, I noted from this year, early of this year, BYD become popular in Australian market. And the NIO, a few weeks ago, I showed our Deputy Vice Chancellor Enterprise. He invited an Australian company called Ampol. Ampol is currently building the network, charging network. So there is, except for charging NIO, this Chinese EV company developed a battery swap technology. So you don't need to charge a battery, just spend 2 minutes to swap batteries. So that is another alternative technology to the fast charging technology. So behind the EV, doesn't matter car, passenger car, SUV or truck, light truck or heavy trucks, the critical technology is batteries. So battery chemistry and battery materials development actually lag behind the development of many different technology put in the EV, such as AI, auto drive. So battery technology is always behind the development of other advanced technologies. So there are many different battery design, except for battery chemistry, battery materials. Here I summarize major battery design. This is the BYD Australia branch is here. BYD actually developed a very advanced battery technology called blade batteries. This kind of technology really, truly revolutionized the battery production and increased energy density, driving range based on the existing available materials, battery materials and the battery chemistry. They just change the shape of the batteries, what they call blade batteries. And then Tesla invented and commercialized a type of battery called 4680. So traditionally, the batteries used for EV many years ago is called 18650. It's a smaller type of batteries, same as batteries used in the notebook computer. So the Tesla, this battery have many advantages, like increased energy density, decrease the manufacturing cost. This is and then the largest battery manufacturer, CATL, developed this battery called Kirin. In Chinese, they call it Qilin battery. So this battery is a prismatic shape, different from BYD blade shape. So this battery got advantage also increased 13% more power energy density than Tesla 4680 batteries. So you can see even you use the same, exactly same battery materials like LFP, lithium iron phosphate as cathode, or using the lithium nickel metal, cobalt manganese oxide as a cathode, same battery chemistry. Through the design innovation, you still have room to increase the overall energy density and the performance of the batteries, more suitable for EV industry. So this is a figure summarized different battery chemistry. Currently, we are here. We use LFP and the NCM. So this is the two major battery cathode materials for manufacturing batteries to power EVs. And then the battery technology actually is continuing innovate itself. So we develop like a cobalt-free, try to reduce the cost, and then we develop silicon-based anode materials, and in the future solid-state batteries utilizing lithium metal as the anode materials. So battery technology continue to be developed to increase the drive range. So you don't need to worry about driving range, find the charging stations. So this is a summary of the different kind of batteries. Actually, in China, many universities, research institutions, and battery manufacturers, they are intensively and extensively develop all kind of new battery technology for EV industry, not only for EV industry, but also for large-scale energy storage for energy transition. This is a future battery. It's a widely recognized the future battery technology will be solid-state battery. In this morning, one speaker already mentioned the solid-state battery. The solid-state battery will be absolutely 100% safe, no fire hazard. You don't need to worry self-burning problem of current electric vehicles. So this is the future of the battery technology and also battery technology in, as well as EV industry. So if you analyze the cost of a single battery cell, so 50% cost comes from the cathode materials. Cathode materials, lithium iron phosphate or lithium nickel cobalt manganese oxide. And then the rest of cost is manufacturing anode materials. Currently in the commercial lithium ion battery, graphite is used as the anode materials, and the separator, electrolyte, and battery case, either aluminum or soft packaging. This is the cost analysis of single battery cells. And Australia actually is in a very premium position of the value chain of the global battery industry. We own 85%, we export 85% of lithium minerals for making batteries. The major export destination is China. So we do have a collaboration. We should enhance collaboration between China, Australia and China. And also another critical minerals is nickel. So Australia is the second largest reserves of nickel in the world. Indonesia has overtaken Australia as the #1 exporter of nickel to China. So all of these minerals currently mostly processed overseas, not within Australia. So we do have a room to improve our processing capability. So Australian government try to encourage process those minerals to value-added chemicals, battery materials for global battery industry. So this is the lithium battery manufacturing capability. You can see China dominates the battery manufacturing in the world. So that means a huge production capability in China. So if we analyze the global market distribution of different battery makers, battery manufacturers, you can see the China CATL is the #1, and then BYD is the #2, and then South Korean company, LG Energy, and Japan was the #1 of the battery manufacturers. Particularly Sony Corporation is the first company commercialized lithium-ion batteries in 1990s, but now their production capability shrinks year by year. So China already overtaken and become the #1 battery manufacturer country in the world. Here you can see Australia supply minerals, raw materials for lithium-ion batteries, and then China process those minerals to the battery materials, and also manufacture batteries, and then export batteries to the rest of the world, and export the EV to the rest of the world. So I think there is good collaboration between Australia and China from the industry point of view. And this is Australia form the supply chain for global battery industry. So actually, the battery manufacturing now is already highly automation using the robot. So I personally think we do have chance to establish battery manufacturing industry in Australia. So that's quite meet the Australian government strategy made in Australia. And then Australian government also released national battery strategy a few months ago. So I hope through this forum we can promote Chinese industry and the Australian industry to collaborate with each other to establish battery manufacturing capability in Australia. Because in Australia we also we have huge market for sustainable renewable energy storage. Finally, I would like to have advertisement. Currently, UTS is leading application for ARC Center of Excellence for Transformative Battery Technology with 7 partner universities and the major national research institutions, CSIRO and Anston. So I hope we can attract industry partners from this forum. Thank you for your attention.
Our third talk will be by Dr. Marina Yuzhang from ACRI, please. We have 20 minutes left, so
20 minutes.
15 minutes your time and 5 minutes we
is here already.
Q&A.
Sure, thank you.
You will speak
here. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Xunpeng Shi for organizing this forum, and thank you for your International Society for Technology for Energy Transition. I'd like to talk about China's EV. I mean, the previous 2 speakers talk about Australians' advantages in battery, for example, and in clean energy transition. I like to talk about how China has developed its advantages in the EV, in the new energy vehicle sector. Oh, sorry. First of all, I think I don't need to spend a lot of time on this because in the morning, our distinguished speakers from China, especially, they have already mentioned many of China's achievements in the EV sector. So I just highlight, I mean, obviously, China has the largest ownership of EVs in the world, and China's EV accounts for about 6% of the global total. And in the global context, I want to mention that, well, again, I think China accounts for more than half, nearly 60%. And Chinese manufacturers accounted for 62% of all EV produced globally by the end of 2022. And China has exported not very significant number of EVs compared to the domestic consumption of the EV, but anyway, it's increasing every year. I'm a scholar in innovation studies, so I want to turn to my field to look for answers why China has developed a very strong electric vehicle sector. I started research actually for about 2 years, and Professor Christensen, and he passed away a couple of years ago. He was the guru in innovation studies. He came up with this idea of disruptive technologies often offer a window of opportunities for latecomers to catch up. So this is a very famous chart Christensen put up. So the idea is he basically identified 2 areas where latecomers can catch up. One is sort of low-end innovation. So initially, your ideas, your technologies were behind the mainstream technologies, but with more people adopting it, and the technology will improve. And that gives the latecomers an opportunity to jump. Another one is obviously new technology. For latecomers to success in those 2 areas actually are not very easy. And from many disruptive technology examples, we can see, for example, Kodak was disrupted, obviously, by digital cameras. Functional mobile phones were disrupted by smartphones. So we see the successes, actually successful companies who disrupted incumbent technologies are existing ones. They can quickly make a transition. And another assumption of this theory actually is the performance criteria for all technologies stay more or less the same. But if you think about what's happening in the new energy vehicle sector, the performance criteria actually have changed quite a lot. And for example, in the internal combustion vehicle sector, well, people are looking for the advancement in engines and smoothness of change gearboxes and so on. But in the electric vehicle sector, and people actually moving their criteria for better performance to things like, well, intelligent features, intelligent cockpit technologies, intelligent seating, infoentertainment. All those features actually are quite difficult for ICE vehicles to match. So when I realized this, and I had discussions with my colleagues from Tsinghua University, and we came up with this idea. Well, actually, you cannot just say that China's EV catch-up is because China changed a trajectory for competition from ICE to new energy. So in fact, it is a disruption of an entire ecosystem. It's not just about manufacturing. It's the transformation of the entire supply chains, including critical mineral processing and production technologies, battery manufacturers, and forget about it. I haven't heard the previous speakers talking about this, is the application of electric and electronic supply chains in China. So that is a base, obviously, for China's, let's say, smartphones, computers, and all those electric products. So what's different in EV? As I said, shifting performance criteria over time and ecosystem disruption. So is the new EV ecosystem actually has disrupted the old one. And the value network transformation, so customers are looking for new features in EV. All those things actually provided a fertile ground for China's EVs to catch up. But that's not all. And we know Chinese policies actually have played a very important role in the catch-up, or let's say in the rise or ascent of Chinese EV sector. And that also is a kind of a criticism Chinese has received from many Western observers that China subsidized its EV manufacturers. That is not entirely true, it's partly true. So, and we know China actually started to deploy its policy supports, including policy instruments and financial supports for this emerging industry. For several reasons. First of all, as we know, China is relying on imported fossil fuel. And to solve the problem of an alternative energy for the vehicles is an imperative reason for Chinese policymakers. And second, of course, EV is a very important channel for clean energy transition. And the third, China actually is aiming to develop its indigenous technology in automobile industries. And we know China actually started its automobile industry 30 years ago. And about 5 years ago, or maybe 3 years ago, and you go to Chinese cities and you see most cars carry a foreign brand. And Chinese developed its ICE sector by forming joint ventures with German, with Japanese, with American car manufacturers. But in the end, China actually didn't develop a very sustainable indigenous supply chains or automobile industry. So to develop an alternative energy vehicle sector was very clearly identified as a channel or as a policy direction for China. And talking about clean energy transition, I came back from China about two weeks ago, and I caught a very bad cold on the way back, so I'm still recovering. I was in Beijing and Shanghai, and I can tell you, the city became much quieter. I can't say the pollution was reduced because that requires a very precision instrument to test, and I think it's getting better. But what my direct feeling is, well, the white noise on the road actually has been substantially reduced. So I did research of policy related to EV, and over the past, I can't remember, from 2026 all the way to 2023. So I analyzed about 153 policies. And as you can see, these policies are not just about giving a specific company or companies some policy support or subsidies for development. So if I look at them into different stages, and you can see during the first stage, the policy actually was very fluid, very pragmatic, encouraging experiments of different players to search for the best solutions in terms of the source for this new energy vehicle. So even hydrogen was on the radar for the time, but in competition with electric or battery electric or hybrid electric vehicles, actually hydrogen vehicles were were not, at the time, were not competitive in terms of in passenger vehicles. And during the second stage, actually the policy have moved on to developing infrastructures and supply chains, and also encouraging a lot of standardization, because standardization is very important in manufacturing, reducing costs in manufacturing. And then 5 years ago, or maybe 6 years ago, from 2017, and a comprehensive strategic planning decarbonization that became a key word in policy making. And until last 3 years, and we have seen many of those trend chart of China's EV development. We see the tipping point for China's EV adoptions actually started around 2021, 2022. So only a couple of years ago. And we can see during this last phase, actually a lot of attention of policymakers have moved on to how to improve quality, how to improve safety, and how to increase functionalities of EVs. So those are the four phases of policy making. And this one is not working. All right, so after talk about policy, then I look at the market dynamics. And China's subsidy, just for clarity, is not just for manufacturers. It is also towards EV consumers, EV buyers. That actually played an important role. But subsidies actually phased out towards the end of 2022. So that subsidy argument actually cannot explain why China continued very high growth in 2023 and the first half of 2024. So from the market side, we can see several different types of EV suppliers. They're providing EVs for niche market at the beginning. For example, Wuling Motors, they provided these very small compact vehicles accommodating for urban female young drivers. And also you can see a lot of SUVs, very big, very masculine vehicles actually may be accommodating for successful businessmen. And NIO, I mean, very high tech, using a business model of internet to run the automobile industry, obviously is accommodating to those trendsetters. So, but I remind you, each niche market in China, we say is niche, but actually is not small. Each niche market is very big. So the scale, the economy of scale of each niche market actually provides the EV manufacturers an opportunity to improve their technology, to continue to meet diverse and increasing criteria, performance criteria. So another very important thing is suppliers. And we often say, okay, Tesla, when Tesla was offered an opportunity to set up a wholly owned manufacturing facilities in Shanghai, that was actually a changing point for China's EV development, because what Tesla did was to rely on about less than 60% of local-made components in 2019 when Tesla started manufacturing, to over 90%, close to 100% now in China. So to be certified as a Tesla supplier, you need to improve your manufacturing quality and meet the standards, very strict standards. And this catalyst effect of Tesla's supply chains actually has helped China to develop a very big supply chain networks in two areas. One is in the Pearl River area, where a lot of existing car manufacturing is clustered. Another one is in Changjiang River Delta area. So I have to catch up. So I did some research on the market side, and you can see the top 20 NEV players, about half of them Chinese. And the supply chain, and Professor Wang just talked about the battery, and a battery used to be a substantial proportion of the new EV at the beginning of the development, and the price has come down a lot. And manufacturing cost is based on very integrated supply chains. And mind you, Chinese manufacturing is not just based on low cost. And I'll give you an example. 62 out of 150 some so-called lighthouse factories actually in China. Those factories identified by Economic Forum, World Economic Forum, as factories using advanced technologies, Industry 4.0 and 5G and the big data and so on. So Chinese manufacturing actually has a lot of cost advantages for several reasons. I won't talk about them now. And then of course, China's supply chain in not just the battery, but also in the, I'll go through this quickly, in the electronic control system, and also in electric drive sectors. And you can see there are a lot of overlaps. For example, Tesla, BYD, and they are also the key component providers. Infrastructure, I just want to say one thing. China had achieved a charge-to-vehicle ratio of 1.1 to 2.4, the highest in the world. And developing infrastructure is like a chicken and egg game. And without enough numbers, and the companies do not want to invest in infrastructure. And of course, on the other hand, and EV buyers won't buy an EV without enough charging networks. So a theoretical math that basically is about the rise of China's EV sector is a sector innovation ecosystem. So this is a kind of a quite academic, I won't go through them. I just want to show you the reason I was engaged in this conversation and in this research was since I moved to ACRI, and my focus is on the intersection of technology and geopolitics. In the past 1 year or so, I have written many articles on China's EV and China's supply chains. And also I wrote a lot of articles on critical minerals. What else? This is about all the articles. This one I will come back a little bit later, and this one was published yesterday. Is on strategic reliance, Indonesia's shift in the EV supply chain. But anyway, what I want to say is, well, I came across this chart, I was shocked. And if you look at it, well, all China-made EVs are flooding to the world. That is obviously considered as, we've got 1 minute, right? Oh, you said I got 20 minutes. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, okay. I made a mistake. I thought you said 20 minutes. So tariffs is obviously one of the instruments countries used against China. And I won't talk about overcapacity. I think Professor Zhang this morning has already talked about it. And data, that's the biggest biggest constraint for China EV to go global. And talking about overcapacity, let's talk about the number last year. The production and the shipment of EV last year was less than 10,000. That hardly explains overcapacity. And data, and of course we know EV is a PC on the battery shipped, in the steel shell, right? So the car, in terms of driving, in terms of maintenance, in terms of manufacturing, actually generate a lot of data. So if we cannot solve the data globally, data issue, that will be a big problem for China's EV in the future. I won't talk about Australia's position. I think Australia can perhaps lead in the standardization, especially. All right, thank you very much. Sorry I took more time than I was given.
Good afternoon, and thank you everybody for coming here. And my name is Mui, and I'm a senior researcher at AMBER, a global energy and climate think tank dedicating to facilitating the global transition towards a cleaner and more sustainable energy future. And transport electrification is a key element in this effort. That's why I'm here. And first of all, I would like to thank Professor Xunpeng Shi and ACRI and ACET and so many other organizations, including Hubei, University from Hubei and a few others, and for inviting me to chair this session. It's my honor to chair this session with a distinguished panel of experts, spanning from the industry, research institute, and think tank. And we will have three speakers. The first speaker is Maria Salos. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. And she is the Director of Public Relations and Marketing from BYD Australia, one of the leading China-based global electric vehicle makers. Then we have the second speaker, Dr. Pei Yu from Wuhan University of Technology. And then that will be followed by Dr. Yanfei Li, and he's Associate Professor at Shenzhen Technological University, and he's also an Adjunct Fellow at Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. And like the previous sessions, each speaker will present for 15 minutes. After the three presentations, we will have Q&A session. And we will invite participants both here and from online to post their questions to the speakers. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Maria, to share your thought. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yang, for the kind introductions. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we gather and pay my respect to elders past and present. Thank you to UTS, to Professor Shi of ACRI, the Faculty of Engineering and IT, the International Society for Energy Transition Studies, for the invitation to the inaugural Australia-China Energy Transition Forum. And from today's earlier discussions, I'm very confident that this will not be the first one of many forums. So before I begin my presentation, I'd like to show a very brief video about BYD.
The sky, the tide, fireworks and fireflies. Where is the light? Where does it shine? It warms the air, brings life, and awakens hope. The light itself leads to the answers. We are eager for breakthroughs, with no fear of limits. Believe in striving and never compromise. Yearning for a green and great future. Pursue the waves of freedom. With diligence and wisdom, we start a new journey to pursue the light. And tomorrow becomes a new starting point. Changing our life through efforts. Solving the puzzle with technology, safeguarding the innocence of children, redefining the journey of romance. Time shall be cherished, Dreams should be loved. Make your dreams come true. Keep exploring the world together. Move toward and strive for the hair. BYD, technology, green future.
As the world shifts to a net zero economy, and with nearly 70% of people to live in cities by 2050, the paradigm shift to electric vehicles is truly underway. According to the World Economic Forum, the adoption of electric vehicles has accelerated from around 3.1 million global EVs in 2017 to over 20 million in 2022. Founded in 1995, BYD is a global high-tech company and a global leader in new energy vehicles with a vision of technological innovations for a better life. With more than 29 years of accelerated growth, BYD is a company driven by the future. Our history is founded in being a battery manufacturer and in the manufacturing of semiconductor products. Today, BYD has 4 major businesses: automotive, rail transit, renewable energy, and electronics. From energy generation and storage to its application, BYD is dedicated to providing zero-emission energy solutions that reduce global reliance on fossil fuels. With our ethos of the technology green future, BYD is ushering in the new era of new energy automobiles with its pioneering and advanced technology, intelligent performance, innovative design, and commitment to sustainability. In 2022, BYD was the world's first car maker to cease the manufacturing and production of internal combustion engines in accelerating the transition to new energy vehicles. According to the International Energy Agency, electric vehicle sales is estimated to reach around 17 million by the end of 2024. Accounting for more than 1 in 5 cars sold worldwide. The findings of the Global EV Outlook for 2024 report the market share of EVs could reach up to 45% in China, 25% in Europe, and over 11% in the United States. This is underpinned by competition among automotive manufacturers, falling prices, and ongoing policy support. With competition intensifying, the pace of EV globalization is advancing. As you can see from the map, BYD has market presence covering 6 continents in over 80 countries across 400 cities. BYD is a global Fortune 500 company, and we are listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange as well as the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Back in 1998 was the period when BYD embarked on its globalization. We first established our first overseas branch in Europe, and to this day, we are still in the Netherlands. And a year later, we established in the US branch located in California, which is still producing electric buses for the North American market. And as recently as 2022, we launched passenger cars in Europe at the Paris Motor Show. Last month, BYD inaugurated the opening of a new BYD Thailand manufacturing plant with annual capacity of 150,000 vehicles and the production of its 8th million new energy vehicle, marking 2 milestones in the company's global expansion. BYD's investment in the region will drive the development of new energy vehicle industry across ASEAN. But it's not just there. BYD passenger car bases are now firmly established in Thailand, in Brazil, in Hungary, and Uzbekistan. Many of you have already reported that BYD concluded last year with 3 million annual sales. So the industry is well aware of that in terms of the #1 market positioning. However, what industry doesn't know is that quite recently we launched BYD Explorer #1, which is our dedicated ro-ro carrier to transport new energy vehicles around the world. And this Global Explorer #1 is currently transporting vehicles mainly to Latin America. The quote of BYD founder and chairman, Chairman Wang, encapsulated it best when describing the current phase of the global EV transition. I won't read the quote, you can read it yourself, but however, I'll describe it. The first wave of this transition is characterized by manufacturing scale, production volume, and vertical integration. This was translated to early adoption, key market segmentation, selective EV models, and higher prices. Now we are entering EV, Industrial Revolution 2.0 of the global EV transition, characterized by electrified intelligence, harnessing AI, and unlocking the next generation of EV technology, increased speed and enhanced efficiency in all facets of the vertical supply chain, having a plethora of EV models available in the market, and price competition offering greater affordability for consumers. Our #1 competitive advantage is our technology, and it's public knowledge in terms of our competitors using BYD blade batteries. So we've mastered the core technologies of the whole entire industrial chain of new energy vehicles, inclusive of batteries, electric motors, and electric controllers. It has witnessed in recent years significant technological advancement, including the blade battery, DMI, dual mode intelligence, E-Platform 3.0, cell-to-body technology, which was previously shown in another presentation, BYD DSAS intelligent body control system, and DMO super hybrid system. Accumulatively, BYD has applied for over 48,000 patents worldwide, and we've obtained over 30,000 authorized patents across the world with government departments as well as scientific organizations. In Australia, we entered the local market in 2016 with electric buses, and we launched the first electric bus fleet in Sydney Airport. So to this day, those electric buses, BYD electric buses, are servicing international and domestic terminal at Sydney Airport. That partnership was part of a $5 million investment by Sydney Airport, and Sydney Airport was the first Australian airport to electrify their ground transport operations. In 2022, BYD entered the Australian passenger vehicle market with the launch of the BYD Atto 3. The BYD Atto 3 is our utilitarian SUV. Together, we have about 4 vehicles in the market, which you've probably seen in the streets of Sydney. The Dolphin for a significant time was Australia's most affordable electric vehicle. The Seal, pictured here, is BYD's #1 selling vehicle in Australia, and it's our premium sports sedan. And the most recent vehicle to launch in Australia is the BYD Sea Lion 6, powered by the groundbreaking DMI technology, representing a game-changing evolution in intelligent plug-in hybrid technology, providing longer driving range, enhanced energy and battery energy efficiency, lower fuel consumption, and powerful performance. In terms of the public policy and EV market outlook, so Australia has witnessed a rapid acceleration in the adoption of electric vehicle, and there is now a total of about 180,000 EVs on the nation's road. In 2023, the EV market in Australia experienced strong growth in terms of sales and model availability, and we will continue to do so in the future. The industry's growth is further reflected in the demand for EV financing by the major banks in the last 12 months. Electric passenger vehicles are the fastest growing vehicle type in the last financial year, and Australian businesses are set to play a major role in EV adoption across the country by electrifying their transport fleet. While the industry is bullish about the future, there's still a long way to go in terms of building the national infrastructure and its subsequent policy framework coordination across all levels of government. According to the latest report from the Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies, 1 in 3 Australians consider buying an electric vehicle within the next 5 years, but price remains a key barrier. There remains a challenge in improving the affordability of EVs and informing and building awareness that electric vehicles are a viable and stronger alternative to standard internal combustion engines. Support from all Australian governments will be necessary for the nation to achieve a 100% zero vehicle fleet by 2050 and our legislated target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2020 under Australia's obligations with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. While there are public policy challenges and market uncertainties, these are significant opportunities for BYD as a business, and we will continue working with government and industry, ensuring the policy and business frameworks in Australia support BYD's business. In terms of BYD pollution and emission reduction, BYD has saved a total of over 51 billion kilograms of carbon emissions, offsetting over 854,000 trees worth of carbon dioxide as of March 2024. BYD has been working on the electrification of urban public transport to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions, envisioning to cool the Earth by 1 degree Celsius. With this mission, this is not just a goal for BYD, but an attainable future. At BYD, our commitment to the planet is unwavering. We yearn for a green and great future by harnessing the power of technology, driven by innovation and imagination, and determined in our pursuit of building one's dreams. Thank you very much. Sure. Dr. Yang, there's just another video to show briefly. It's only like 2 minutes or so.
Some people say that the energy we consume today is left by our ancestors and borrowed from our descendants. Over the past 10 years, the consumption rate of fossil fuels is about 1 million times greater than the rate of their natural formation. How long can these fossil fuels last? 50 years for oil, 65 years for natural gas, 200 years for coal. Even the uranium mines for nuclear power will not last more than 100 years. Where is Noah's Ark that saved mankind? People have found the solution from the sun, using solar technology to generate clean, renewable energy. However, due to day and night cycles and seasonal changes, the total supply of solar energy is far less than 20%. BYD launched the Battery Energy Storage Power Station, which not only makes energy mobile and distributable, it has a utilization rate of more than 90%. Once upon a time, cars gave people an imagination of endless possibilities. But if every family owns a car, where will the gasoline come from? Where will the exhaust go? As early as 1873, practical electrical vehicles had been produced. However, high cost, low capacity, and insufficient safety of the batteries led to green electric vehicles being ruthlessly abandoned by the market. BYD has found the answer to this global scale problem. The world's safest Blade battery launched by BYD solves the bottleneck of electric vehicles, making electric vehicles accessible to all. While traffic congestion has become a major urban disease in cities worldwide, BYD's proprietary SkyRail and SkyShuttle have been developed to provide a multi-level green transportation solution. By working together with ground-level public transportation systems and underground subways, BYD is dedicated to solving social problems and using green technologies to build smart, connected, modern cities.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pei Yu. I come from School of Economics, Wuhan University of Technology. So first, I would like to thanks for Professor Shi give us an opportunity to share our research in the section of China's development in electrical mobility. So we know that our topic for today's forum is about EV. We already know some a big achievement of Chinese EV, such as BYD. So today I want to share another story about what we're doing and unreal and maybe its future is about another technology route for the hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. So our research, we are focusing on the leading position in the China's innovation network of this sector. We want to do some evaluation and also to do some analysis of the influence factor. So, okay, so today my speech will composed by maybe 6 parts. So first, we will look at the background. So why we choose HFCV and why we choose the patent station network. And then I will introduce briefly the theoretical framework to support our idea to construct this kind of network, define the leading role, and also to find influence factors. And then we'll use the China's patent data to support our analysis, and also we will look at about the startup facts about network construction in China, and then at last it's about main findings and also for future studies. And so one of my main research is about international investment. So based on the World Investment Report issued by UN in 2023, so we can find that although in global, international investment has get downturn due to the attack of the pandemic and also due to some geopolitical issue. However, investment in sustainable energy, like renewable energy, and also the sector related about sustainable development in developing countries have been rapidly increased. So the project issued in energy, water, and sanitation maybe has attracted our attention. Okay, this is like general background. And about HFCV, we know that China has set up the objective to achieve the carbon emission peak and carbon neutrality in 2013 and 2016. So we are focusing on the major sector maybe have a high carbon emission intensity. So the automobile sector is the most important part because based on the results have introduced for presentation this morning. So we can find this sector is one of the largest sources of energy consumption and green gas emission. So the main country were not only China, but also from like Japan, Germany, and also US. We try to find some new clean energy to support the development of the automobile sector. So now maybe the hydrogen is like a very good energy as the source of battery power because it's clean, efficient, and safe, and maybe it's like can achieve the objective to sustainable green objective. So I think it's also an opportunity for China, also other developed countries can increase our international companies in the new energy car sector and also for the transportation sector. Okay, so this is the reason why we're focusing on HFCV. And why we focusing on another point is patent station. So in China, now we define the hydrogen industry. It's like future industry or so-called strategic emerging industry means that for this kind of industry, it's like at the beginning point of the life cycle. So the innovation activity is very important. It's like the main driving force. And the patent is like a very popular variable to measure the innovation output. So if we have two partners, one, we invent some patent, and maybe this patent will be used by other innovators so that we are constructed the citation pies or some network. So based on some resource-dependent theory, so in this innovation network, if the innovator frequently cited by others, you can see that this innovator have a higher status in open innovation network. Okay, it has a strong power. And on the other hand, So for the high site intensity, maybe they have a high dependency on external innovation networks. Okay, so this is our key points. And in general, I think our research maybe have made some contributions. First, we provide a general framework to evaluate the innovative space position in China's network, not only Chinese players, but also the foreign players apply patterns in China. And also we construct the network of the HFCV, and also we go in depth to look at about the two sub-networks. One is fuel cell, and another is about the hydrogen infrastructure network. And then we try to also employ the influence factors which will influence the leading position of the China's player. And first, about the theoretical framework, first we need to define the leading role because it's our key points. And so based on just now we mentioned about resource dependent theory, so we use the king-mixed cluster methodology to locate the innovators in different metrics. Okay, so here, if the player located in the G1 and G2 metric means that they have high sited intensity. So it's like the node producer. So we can call that if the innovator in this matrix is like play the leading position. Okay, this is one theoretical framework. And the second is about which factor will influence leading position in such network. So we use the Michael Porter's famous diamond model because it's famous for analyzed industry components, okay? And due to the very special attributes about the hydrogen energy sector in China, because now being compared with EV, I mean the battery EV, so the HFCV maybe for the commercial application is just at the beginning not well popularized. So we do not consider the demand dimension. We only consider the four main factors, okay? First is the innovation resources. So we know that in China, so just now I remember one professor from UTS said that maybe the university and firm collaboration is not as strong in Australia, but in China, this is our Chinese typical case. We have a strong linkage with university and firm. So this is like the origin of the innovation resources in this sector. So we are considered about university and research institutes output. And then the second is about the supporting industry. Because HFCV is also belong to the automobile sector, so we know that the automobile sector has a very long value chain, and so we have highly dependent also on the equipment sectors, okay? So this is also the case in China. So we consider about the development of the equipment sectors in each places or the cities or province. And second is about the joint venture. So we know the story about the China's automobile sector. So at the beginning, we attract lots of foreign investment from European countries or from Japan. So joint venture still play a very important role in the supporting sectors. And third is about the competitors. Although maybe now the competition between the hydrogen fuel cell vehicle with the BEV and also maybe in the passenger car is not intense, but maybe in other kind of transportation ways, maybe they still have some competition. So we are also consider about the competitors from the oil fuel vehicles and also the electrical vehicle. And the last but not least is about the government support, because we know this industry is still at the in stage. We still have some government subsidy. So first, the HFCV is like emerging things from the EV. So first we'll look at about the provincial level, the subsidy for the development of the new energy cars in different places. And also in China, I remember in 2020, the Chinese government have put into practice so-called pilot city group industry project to support about development of the hydrogen fuel cell vehicle in different cities. So we consider two kind of policies at government level. And our data is come from the INCO patent global patent database. So we try to collect the China's HFCV patent by searching the keywords because our research is like written with Professor Sun from Huazhong University of Technology, and also we have some technology person from the art department of our university. So we try to search the keywords, and we only consider about the patent applied in China due to some limitation of data, and we consider about invention patent because like high quality of the patent creation. So after we clean our sample, finally we obtain 3,528 valid patents. And then if we go in depth, we can find that 1,709 patents linked with fuel cell subnetwork, and another part we are linked with the hydrogen infrastructure. And there's also a small group of patents linked with vehicle integration. But since our research is focusing on the hydrogen spacing, so we do not consider about this kind of patent. So after that, we have identified 3,643 patent stations, patent station types of 254 innovators applied in China from 2001 and 2020. So these innovators located in 25 Chinese provinces and also come from other 7 countries other than China. So we construct a core periphery structure based on the UCNIT structure. So here, for example, I and K is like innovator. So if I and K have the citation ties for the patent, we will denote 1, others that will be 0. So the finding is very interesting. So first we look about the whole network of HFCV in China. So we have 2 different colors for the node. The yellow means the innovator located in Chinese province, and the blue means that it's the innovator come from other countries. And the node shape, so here the box means here means that this kind of player play a core position, means that they have a very high cited intensity by others. But if it's in circle, here means that it has a position in the periphery, means they prefer to cite the patents created by others. And then the strength of the patent station were indicated by the thickness of the line. So if the line is dark, means that they have very thick coercion ties. And the arrow directives means that it's like the patent cited by us. For example, here you can find that Japanese player to play a very important leading position in the whole network of HFC in China. And generally, you can find that it's like a hub and spoke model. So if we only look at about the domestic player, you can find that they located in Shanghai, Beijing, Liaoning, and Jiangsu. So these 4 cities or provinces have some pilot city groups supported by the Chinese government to deal with the HFCV. And we also have a very close relationship with Japanese players. So, for example, Beijing and Shanghai, they have highly cited patents created by Japanese players. Okay, this is the whole network. If we go in depth about 2 different sub-networks, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay. So for the fuel cell and hydrogen infrastructure, so you can find that Japanese players play a very important position in the fuel cell, but for the hydrogen infrastructure, the Chinese players play a leading position. And then just now we have mentioned about the leading position in group 1 and group 2. So here you can find that in the whole HFCV, in 2006, we have 4 foreigner players in the leading position. And then in 2020, Chinese players have increased to 6. But if we go in depth about the attributes of players, so you can find for Chinese players, maybe the university is like a main player, but for Japanese and South Korea is the firm. And then it's the same illustration for the fuel cell. The Toyota play a very important role. So normally, even the Chinese players have an increasing position, but we still have high dependency on the Japanese technology. This is for the fuel cell. And for the hydrogen infrastructure, so it's another story. So the Chinese players have a leading position, not only the university, but the firms at the Sinopec. We can find that they are in the group G1, is that they are very active in this area. And I will do quick. So in the perspective about influence factor, so we do a very simple economic regression to find which factor will influence about the leading position. So normally you can find that for the HFCV and the fuel cell subnetwork, the external factors do not have very significant influence on leading position, but for the hydrogen infrastructure, you can find that the university innovation capabilities, the development of the equipment sector, and also the competition from the EV and also government subsidy have the positive influence on the leading position of this factor. So based on our calculation, so maybe first we construct a network for HFCV, and we can find that Japanese players do really play a very important role, especially for the fuel cell subnetwork. But for Chinese innovators, we are leaders in the hydrogen infrastructure network, and university equipment and subsidy and electric vehicle have pushed China into this kind of leading position. But we lack of external pushing factors in China's following position of fuel cell. So maybe we can give some suggestion for the government and also for the province. So for example, for here, the hydrogen infrastructure, so now our result finds that the development of the equipment sector and also the industry university research collaboration do really have some influence, because I come from Wuhan. Wuhan city is also like the pilot city to develop the hydrogen and fuel cell vehicle, and also for the new energy cars. So here we have so many universities. So I think for this kind of things, it's like a good opportunities for the central city in China. And also we can find that financial subsidy maybe can give some support. Now, okay, so for the future study, because time is very limited, so I want to emphasize for the number 3, because our research team now try to do some research about the integration of ammonia hydrogen technology, because we know for the hydrogen sometimes is high risk and the cost is also high for transportation. And now we try to find another technology solution for this kind of things. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all very much for this opportunity to share with you my research, and a special thanks to our organizers. This is a wonderful event. I have heard many brilliant ideas, and I think many of them coincide with the story that I'm about to present. For example, just now the discussion on the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. I understand today's topic is mainly about the battery electric vehicle, but what I want to say is that these two are actually complementary, so I think it's worth of discussing them together, and I hope this one will serve as a bonding one that can bond both battery electric vehicle and hydrogen fuel cell. And actually the hydrogen story that I want to present, I think it's bigger than vehicles. Because hydrogen is really multi-purpose. It serves many purposes, especially we refer to this word decarbonize those hard-to-abate sectors, right? So it has many functions playing critical role, and I believe these two are complementary. And coming to the Australian side story, I think you also play this two-wheel strategy, using two wheels to drive towards future of mobility, and I would refer to it as e-mobility. Firstly, you have these recently very active BEV policies and initiatives at both federal level and the local level, right? You see this legislation, you have the federal level legislation, you also have the vehicle efficiency standards issued, and then you also put money in, right? There's a direct subsidy, there is also tax incentives, there are also announced targets of numbers. So I think these are very active signs, good signs for developing this sector in Australia. And coming to the hydrogen side is also a very exciting story, because I think this vision is not only brought by Australia, but also shared by the world, that we believe Australia is going to play a key role in the hydrogen economy globally, especially as a source of hydrogen supply and also, of course, hydrogen derivatives. So you have this national strategy announced, you have the initiatives about building hydrogen hubs around the country, and also domestically you are putting up this hydrogen highway refueling network to bring up the domestic demand. I think these are all very important measures to promote hydrogen sector. And then if you look at the numbers provided by various institutes, you would also understand that China is actually going to be a good match to Australia's ambition, because it's like Australia is the supply side and China is on the demand side in terms of hydrogen energy, right? If you check the number, China is projected to take about 1/4, that's a lot, right? 1/4 of the global demand for hydrogen, and I don't think this demand is going to be only supplied domestically, like from the northwestern part of China. I would more believe that those resources would be mobilized for and used as electricity itself, mostly. We will have some for hydrogen and its derivative production, but the distance is a factor, and then the growing energy demand in China is another concern. So we have just finished this study with the China Hydrogen Alliance, and then we realized that the eastern coast part of China have a lot of opportunity to engage in international trade of hydrogen and its derivatives like green ammonia and green methanol. And Australia appeared as one of the major potential trade partner in the future. So it's a good match of interest for both sides. So so far, I think I just show the motivations. Now, we have some more formal studies on these issues. On the BEV side, we recently studied what's driving the burgeoning EV sector in the leading countries like China, US, and Europe, some 6 countries, Japan and Korea as well. So we try to identify the driving factors, and then with these patterns identified through econometrics or this machine learning approach, okay, we identify these driving factors, and then we try to apply this to ASEAN countries, because it's an emerging market, and we see a lot of opportunities of developing the EV sector in ASEAN as well. I think this is also in line with Australians' interest, being a major resource supplier to the EV supply chain, right? So applying this method, we identified where it's suitable to develop which part of the EV supply chain, like Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. They stand out with higher scores than other countries, right? And with different patterns, of course, for different components of the EV supply chain. So I think this serves as a good indicator to how to invest, right, in the EV supply chain in Southeast Asia. Another study related to this story is the green hydrogen study. We did some ranking for both region and the projects in specific regions. And here I show the results for countries. Currently, with the current numbers, and this actually available data, if you look at this list of the indicators we use, you realize that this study is really constrained by data availability because hydrogen is a new sector and with sporadic and sometimes inconsistent sources of data. So we really have to rely on what we can gather. Then, based on what's available, we generated this ranking. So far, it looks like China is actually leading in developing hydrogen sector. This is perhaps so far not so much related to the vehicle side, I mean the hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. It's more driven by the substantial demand from the industry sector and also the chemicals and fuel for aviation and shipping, maritime shipping. These sectors are motivating large-scale, massive production of green hydrogen in China now. I think earlier I showed the number. It's already reaching some 70,000 tons of green hydrogen per year. These are projects that are already operating. So it's a very encouraging scenario in China, I think, leading even ahead of EU and US and of course Australia. Australia, the problem is through our data analysis, we realized that we share some similar thinking than the Australian Institute's own research report that on the implementation side is a little bit lagging behind. So that's what we have studied so far. And that's leading me to quickly to the conclusion that Australia and China do have opportunity and reasons to work together, to push these two sectors further ahead to lead e-mobility revolution globally. Because if we join hands, we can share the endowments and advantages from both sides that can be complementary. For example, Australia has the advantages in resources, and also very importantly, I think, is the high per capita income that can dedicate a high-end market to the EV supply chain, right? And then you have a lot of policy support, and you are close to East Asia and the ASEAN market, right? And you have also strengths, general strengths, okay, in like human resource, R&D, education for skilled labor, a healthy financial market, capability in international law and business environment. And these, I think, are to some extent the weakness of the Chinese player side, right? So China, for both EV and hydrogen, I think we have established supply chain capacity and cost advantages. We obviously have the advantage of mega market, right? And the variety of demand, sub-regional differences also offer a lot of opportunities. And we also, especially if you look at the BEV sector, we have very active domestic market competition. So I think this offers a very solid, combined with the market size, provide a solid ground for Australia and China to jointly develop a world-leading industry sector, right, in both BEV and hydrogen. And also China's capacity in building infrastructure, the low cost and the speed, these are advantages. like I mentioned earlier, Australia is a little bit lagging behind the implementation side. If we find a way for the two sides to work together to accelerate things, it would be a perfect story. And also China is adjacent to ASEAN market. So what I propose, I think we share some understanding here with Dr. Zhang, who earlier mentioned how to these two sides to collaborate together. Policy level, let's promote these two wheels of e-mobilities together, because I really see them as complementary. If you recall what happened in Wuhan, I don't know if you paid attention to, earlier this year during the Chinese Spring Festival, there was a blizzard and a frozen rain kind of situation that broke down the whole China high-speed railway system in central China, creating quite a chaos. And then they have to mobilize the grandfather age diesel locomotives to drive the trains to get the passengers through the disaster area. So if you have just one system, I mean like full electrification, this is related to the question I raised earlier, it really raised some security concern and sustainability concern. So I would say these two are complementary, so let's promote both. And we can have win-win cooperation in R&D. I think obviously, given the university's research levels and also the industry's capability of reaching to global R&D and knowledge bases, resources, right, from here. And promote the integration of the industry value chain. I think this is something that we can do and think about how to do it. This is something that I believe can be done, that an industry value chain is shared, that we each we contribute based on each side's advantages. And mutual recognition of trade standards for products that includes both the equipment, like the vehicle, and hydrogen products, right? We need these things to enable more active trades that we can benefit from these comparative advantages from both sides. And the cooperation in developing brands, industry chain, supply chain, and innovations for emerging markets. That means for third countries. Okay, this is where I think we can join hands to make contributions. For example, especially to Southeast Asia, and going further, we can also explore Latin America, Middle East. So I think there is a lot of opportunities to conclude, and also many reasons that we go ahead with collaborations. But talking about geopolitics is a current concern, but I think these things are cyclical, that we have cycles down, right? The relationship is down at a low point, but in the future it will move forward. So we should be more forward-looking and future-oriented in looking into these issues and be prepared earlier. Thank you very much. I would welcome your questions and comments. Yeah, thank you.
So for this session, we focus on financial and investment perspective. We have 4 speakers from quite a different perspective and positions. I will not name all of them. I will probably start the first about the funding sustainability and energy transition from Mrs. Qing Tanjie. She's the head of project finance and the China Construction Bank Sydney branch. Ms. Qing, yeah, so we can start this.
Thank you, Dr. Shi. Good day, everyone. It's been a whole day of good information, very in-depth, very academic, full of expertise. Obviously, banking is a very different area, whole different area. So I've tried to keep my presentation more lighter and more general. Hopefully, it will be a good big picture everyone. We wanted to talk about today, what the financial institutions' roles in the market and in Australia to support energy transition. And in particular, what are the Chinese banks doing in this market, taking our bank, CCB, as a good example. Obviously, we do our usual business as a commercial bank. We are very active in green finance. On top of that, we kind of conducted a lot of activities beyond financing, which I will give a very quick introduction about. So over the last 3 years, we have tried to promote engagement and awareness of green finance, sustainability in a broader, audience. So we organized like over 10 webinars, seminars, events, such a, like this in collaboration with other organizations as well in the past 3 years. And we tried to support the community, taking our social responsibility, planting trees as volunteers. The bank has a policy to travel green, be it in terms of flights or on ground transportation. And we support the community, the vulnerable community, to re-engage into the job space, providing, some office equipment and recycle our office supplies, etc., to the community. Since the last 3 years, we also undergone a process of maximizing our work applications through online platform, so Safe Paper. We also use a certified paper, green paper, and the bank started promoting reusable and durable carbon neutral coffee mugs. And also we recycle our batteries and office equipment, just to try to be as green as possible. We have been certified as a carbon neutral operation in Australia since 2020, and continuously over the last 3 years. I think we were the first Chinese organization to achieve that in Australia. Here, just wanted to give everybody a quick note on the importance of the banking market in funding the sustainability and energy transition. So on a global basis, if we look at the loan market, sustainability loan and green loans altogether probably for the moment is only like less than 20% of the total debt market, because overseas in the US, in London, Hong Kong, Japan, there is a massive market for bonds. Capital markets are a lot deeper overseas. And in Australia, there is a lot higher reliance on the syndicated loan market. So altogether, sustainability-linked loans and green loans have accounted for more than 40%, around 40% last year, and consistently over the past years. So the banks have a critical role in supporting energy transition, supporting renewables, supporting sustainability on the whole, and in particular in Australia. This is also highlighted by the fact that we will need to add 40 gigawatt of wind and solar generation capacity and 16 gigawatt storage, including BESS mostly, by 2030. By 2050, this number will grow to 100 gigawatt for wind and solar, and 54 gigawatt for storage capacity. There's a massive demand for capital. Hundreds of billions of dollars would need to be invested in the market and in the industry. Alone in renewables, if we count for the industry on the whole, including infrastructure and also EVs, etc., I think we are looking at over $1 trillion Australian dollars investment. Big chunk of the money will come from the banking industry, and also I think the private sector would be expected to play a huge role in this as well. Obviously, Australia would welcome investments in bond, and as a bank, so we want to keep playing an active role in this to support your investments, to support the sector. So would be happy to keep a dialogue on any opportunities in the space. This is one of my favorite parts, because to talk about what do we do, our commitment to the industry. Over the past year, I've joined the bank for nearly 10 years now, and over the past 9 years, I kind of, went through the journey with the bank in supporting renewables in Australia. On an accumulated basis, so we have provided about 4 billion Australian dollars bank loans to the renewable sector. The green assets, today is about 20% of our corporate and institutional lending book. We are lending to the top 3 largest independent renewable energy generators in Australia, and actually, yes, since Tuesday, it's 4. We just closed one more transaction this week. My colleagues and the fellow bankers are currently celebrating the closing of the transaction today. The usual products we provide to the sector, including corporate loan, project finance, which I personally specialize in, trade finance, we provide guarantees, LCs, derivatives, and cash management. The roles played by CCB, as a great example, we have been able to work our way gradually from just a lender to more sophisticated roles in the banking sector in renewables, especially. We acted as a mandated lead arranger. I personally led some of the major transactions in the sector as well. And we coordinated financings for major clients, occasionally do underwriting, book running, and perform agency roles, provide hedging solutions, etc. On top of this usual banking products and services, there's one thing we try to do in the banking sector is to facilitate communications amongst all parties in one transaction, especially when it comes to a cross-border transaction, a major one. The general manager of our branch, Mr. Jin, has a very, very deep and sophisticated understanding about the Chinese population's roots in Australia and the China and Australian tie. Personally, myself, I've lived, studied, and worked in 5 countries and the continent, 5 countries and the territories. Myself, to me, cross-cultural exposure is a big part of my life and throughout my career. So we understand very well and very thoroughly how important cross-cultural exchange is in this business. Mutual understanding is vital. Communication is key. Wherever possible, in where we could, in a bigger transaction during the execution course, we try to facilitate communications amongst the various investors, stakeholders, etc. Also, there's one particular thing that CCB does amongst all the Chinese banks in Australia is we have a very niche area, and it's a unique platform. We have a online smart business matching platform. Investors, service providers, manufacturers can register as a user on our platform, and through this platform, we are able to connect various parties across the border. It's business matching inside China and also across the border. So everybody can utilize the platform once you're joined. Our relationship managers also have promoted this platform throughout China. For example, I think these EV manufacturers and the solar PV manufacturers, etc., which are our clients, they would be using this platform. If any of you is interested in this platform, we're very happy to provide some information on how to register as a user, and hopefully it will be helpful. Well, a little bit more about my favorite part. Yeah. Our branch was established in 2010. So through this period up to today, we have supported many Chinese sponsors, which are the largest renewable energy investors in China and in Australia and globally. We also banked the first ever green loan in Australia and the first one as a financial institution in the world, the first sustainability-linked loan for an energy corporate in Asia Pacific. We banked the largest operating solar farm in Australia, and we just closed a transaction with the largest solar portfolio in Australia as well. Up until now, we are able to offer a comprehensive range of services and play leading roles in one syndicate as a lead arranger, green loan coordinator, swap bank, and provide guarantees. These are all ancillary, products of a bank. I wouldn't bore you too much about that. I'm just saying we are taking leadership roles in banking renewables in Australia. Recently, we led one transaction, which is quite sophisticated. One of the most mature established renewable energy portfolio in Australia. We acted as MLA, book runner, GLC, and lead arranger, etc., alongside another major Chinese bank and one major local bank. Simply to say that over the years, we've seen our strategy shifted to focus only on Chinese sponsors to many, international and Australian sponsors in the market. Our client base has expanded to European, Americas, and local clients. So today, on our book, 30 to 50% of the loan volume is for local business and international clients. going forward, inland-wise, we will see a lot of further green investments in the infrastructure in terms of transmission. And for the EV, charging stations need to be upgraded or implemented. Also, we will see a lot of evolution in BESS financing. And in particular for the EV areas, I think it's going to be very innovative. Battery financings and how to help these service stations to transit into not just a petrol station, but also a EV charging station, etc., and implement the EV charging poles throughout the cities and even in remote areas. We'll continue to support the players here. Ampol and Vina Energy, etc., they are all our clients as well. And we want to enhance our collaboration with the local banks so we could jointly take more leadership roles in more transactions. Also, in particular, I think with the support of our head office, we'll be able to offer solutions in terms of kangaroo bond, panda bond especially, and also in Hong Kong dollar bond, US dollar bond, etc. So to expand the funding resources for the sector. And again, business matchmaking platform, if anyone is interested, we will be very happy to give some information and welcome your inquiry. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I think our next speaker is Tim Buckley. He's our friends attending our past events and also a professional with also strong banking and finance background, but now work more a macroeconomic issue. Yeah, Tim, so the floor is yours.
Oh. 10, 15, how do you want? 15. Oh, there you go. Should tell me 10. Good afternoon, everyone. So the aim of today is to talk about batteries and EVs, but I will just stray a fraction out of the guidelines because what we are also seeing is the massive technology convergence between transport and power markets and hopefully industry. As we were discussing about the role of green hydrogen, it's the convergence of all of those sectors that's actually accelerating the technology development and the scaling up and the deflation that goes with it all. So now you'll know most of this context. We've had a really good set of presenters today, so I'll just quickly run through it. But the point I was making earlier, obviously Europe and America are way behind China's adoption of EVs, and momentum continues. This was a chart actually out of Tesla's presentation last week, and I just put underneath BYD, who we already heard from earlier. But BYD, first 6 months of this year, sales up 28.5% year on year. So very different to the trend of the UK, Europe and America, where they are seeing sales declining in the near term. So Tesla was just highlighting there's China and the rest of the world. And so that dominance is absolutely there. So it's very appropriate we're talking about China when we're talking about world leadership and technology development. Just going back to my theme about convergence, this is an announcement that was two announcements that were made 2 weeks ago in China. And it gets to my point about technology convergence, but also China's outbound investment, which I think is a really positive theme. So I'll come back to that in a minute, but this was an announcement in Saudi Arabia of building the 3 largest battery energy storage systems in the world, and in partnership with Sungrow. But then at the same time, we then saw China, 3 leading Chinese clean tech companies announcing manufacturing in Saudi Arabia to help encourage, in partnership with Saudi Arabian companies and Saudi Arabian public and private companies, leveraging capital and connection and encouraging Saudi Arabia to embrace decarbonisation. And so, I mean, one of the key themes I would always talk about when I'm referencing Australian work and talking to the Australian government, we must look to strategic partnerships. If Australia is never going to catch China, why don't we partner with China? We're already, China is by far our #1 trade partner. We need to actually get inbound investment and learn from our Chinese colleagues. Again, hopefully you've all seen my colleague Xu Yangdong's work, but just to remind you the scale of deployments in China, 23 gigawatts of wind and solar every month for the last 6 months or for the last 18 months, up 25% year on year, but 25% is actually a slowdown. Last year was 100% growth, but whether it's wind and solar installs, whether it's grid transmission investment, that's up 24% year on year, whether it's EVs, up 28% year on year. The numbers are all very, very strong and continuing. And I thought this point was just worth reminding. We've heard about the 3 new sectors, but the fact that solar, batteries and EVs are now considered by China's leadership as critical to the growth. And there's a suggestion or an estimate that those 3 sectors contributed 40% of China's growth in GDP last year. That's a pretty phenomenal pivot, and I think it's something the Western media constantly forgets. They're always maybe wishful thinking that China's GDP growth miracle is going to slow down or go in reverse, and the construction sector turned down, certainly fueled that in the Western media for the last 6-12 months. Meanwhile, China's economy is just booming, and you see that in partial indicators like electricity demand up 6.5% year on year. That's not a contraction, that's a sustained strong growth. And again, just the electrification of everything, which EVs are absolutely part of. And so one of the things that gets me really excited about EVs as an electricity analyst is that effectively EVs are just batteries on wheels, and that the amount of storage and grid reliability and two-way flow of electricity, we're blessed with solar. AEMO, the Australian Energy Market Regulator, always talks about it as a negative. Imagine having negative energy powers. What a horrible situation. I'm being very sarcastic there. Obviously, when we have two-way vehicle-to-grid charging, we're going to be able to absorb all of that free electricity or free marginal cost electricity in charging up all the batteries, all the EVs, and then potentially discharging it in the evening. And again, that electrification has been a massive ongoing decade-long trend in China, and China is now way ahead of Europe, US and Australia. We have talked a little bit today about the geopolitical risks for China. And really the geopolitical risk for China of the fact that the US and Europe are behind the 8 ball. They're unable to catch China's technology. They're threatened by it. And so they're putting up trade barriers. So I'll just finish with the rest of my presentation about talking about a really positive response from China, which is that China is going and looking at other markets to avoid the trade restrictions, the trade barriers that America in particular is putting up. Europe's trying to put them up, but is less effective at it, would be my reading of it. But we are seeing significant outbound investment from China in all of these clean tech sectors. You've got the best technology in the world, and rather than the sort of ham-fisted approach of the Belt Road Initiative, my words, first time around, the second time around, it is going to be, I think, far more strategic, far more win-win, small and beautiful. Any way you cut it, it's China actually partnering with other countries, particularly countries that aren't aligned with America, and that means Chinese capital is flowing into emerging markets, which is exactly what the Paris Agreement was all about, that the developed world help the developing world to decarbonise. The developing world doesn't have the capital. China does. The developed world has the capital. I consider China to be part of the developed world. And it's really brilliant to see China bringing investment, jobs and trade into markets. No, this one, just BYD, moving into Turkey. A $1 billion investment, 5,000 jobs. The Turkish president was there at the announcement. Now, geopolitically, it's China outthinking Europe because Turkey has a free trade agreement with Europe, so they can then export Chinese technology cars into Europe. But that's great. It's a win-win for a country that absolutely needs investment. But I just jotted a couple of names down. It was great listening to the BYD presentation. I've missed one. Uzbekistan. So that factory just commissioned last month, as you mentioned. But it's actually, this list is getting longer by the week. And so I've just picked 5 companies: BYD, Indonesia, Thailand, Brazil, Hungary, maybe Mexico, Peru, and Indonesia. CATL, Great Wall going into, or is already building a factory in Brazil. CATL has already built a factory in Germany. Hungary, I think that's the biggest battery in the world in Hungary, the biggest investment Hungary's ever seen, foreign investment, $7 billion US. Indonesia, Thailand, Spain, partnerships, licensing partnerships to get around the US DOE restrictions. Morocco, Bolivia. BTR, I hadn't actually really heard of them. BTR is one of the world's biggest cathode companies, obviously Chinese, building a major plant in Morocco, the second biggest investment in Moroccan history. And Indonesia. Now, Morocco, again, is the hub of manufacturing for the auto sector for the whole of Africa, but also exports to Europe. So, again, strategic, but bringing Chinese technology, Chinese capital, and Chinese trade into emerging markets. But I think there's also a realignment of thinking, realising that markets like Indonesia are 275 million people. So it's not using Indonesia as cheap manufacturing location, it's actually the growing middle class and economic power of these emerging markets means China's actually building domestic profile. And so you see that with BYD's shipments to Brazil in the last 5 months, record highs, up 40% year on year. Chinese companies, I think 3 of the top 10 brands in Brazil from a standing start, and that BYD transport ship was only just launched, 6 months ago. BYD is building, I think, 8 this year, but it's going to be ridiculous, the number of BYD ships. That is actually the constraint on BYD actually exporting cars to the world. But other companies, again, going very, very significantly into markets. So partnering with manufacturing, not just exports. Exports start and then manufacturing on the ground. For Australia, I think we do need to be very cognizant. China is 30% of our exports. It's by far our #1 trade partner when it comes to commodities. But China is very aware that, depending on the politicians, on the Prime Minister of the day in Australia, that can be dangerous for our relationship, the stability of it. And so I highlight this transaction announced 2 weeks ago. Got a lot of fanfare here because it was Rio Tinto, an Australian company, partnering with China. Rio's 25%, so they're the minority partner. Chinese capital 75%, although the Guinea government gets a 15% free carry. And it's building Guinea to be the 3rd largest iron ore exporter in the world within 4 years from a standing start. $23 billion US, 34 billion Aussie dollars, building a massive port, a massive railway line and a massive mine. Now, that's all about diversifying China's strategic risk and over-dependence on Australia. So we've got to realise, as a number of the talks today have been about, that there is risk. James Lawrenson certainly hammered that point. There's risk to our economy as well as opportunities. We need to embrace the opportunities. We need to collaborate so China doesn't feel the need to go elsewhere. But I've just put there in the box, whether it's Guinea in iron ore, whether it's Indonesia in nickel. I think BHP has learnt a very hard lesson in the last 2 or 3 years, letting China partner with Indonesia on nickel. Indonesia is now 55%, going to 69% of the world's nickel supply from a standing start. But Peru in copper, Mali, Argentina, Bolivia, Mexico, I ran out of room because there are another 5 lithium developments that China's pursuing outside of Australia. So we heard Australia's half the world's lithium, 97% of Australia's lithium goes to China, but China's aware that's a geopolitical risk, so they're diversifying away from our over-reliance on us. So we really need to actually leverage and collaborate and welcome China. I'll finish by just great to see the Chinese ambassador writing in the Australian Financial Review today and talking up the opportunity for collaboration, that the future made in Australia is the perfect opportunity for Australia to collaborate with China and bring Chinese technology, world-leading technology, Chinese world-leading robotics, world-leading capacity in partnership with Australian companies. I certainly endorse that attitude, and every time I talk to the Australian government, that is exactly the message we're giving. So I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you, teams, for save 2 minutes. After you're sharing the news, I just realized that we also see a news today. The Australian government, I think, investment $8 million for electric vehicle for a ride-share company called Splendor. It was just announced today, $8 million to add 500 cars to the red share business. Without further ado, I now invite my former colleague, Li Xiayao. She is head of energy security team at the National University of Singapore Energy Study Institute. Li Xia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Xunpeng, and I would also like to thank Xunpeng and ACRI for inviting me to such an amazing event. So today I would just like to review briefly about the China and Australia's investment in the energy sector and in the EV sector in Southeast Asia. So this figure may give you a very brief, direct sense of the energy mix in some selected Southeast Asian countries. And from the figure, you may have a sense that actually most of the ASEAN countries are still heavily dependent on the fossil fuels, particularly oil, and, gas, and coal. So, and this trend and this situation is actually not easy to change in the near future. But most of the Southeast Asian countries actually have the very ambitious target to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 or by 2060. And also, most of the Southeast Asian countries also are rich in the renewable resources, particularly solar and wind power. So with their ambitious target and with their rich resources in renewable energy, it's basically Southeast Asia continues to be a region which is of high attractiveness of the global investment, particularly in the renewable energy sector now. And of all the investors, China has always been a key player in Southeast Asia. So basically, between 2000 and 2022, it's about 2 decades, the Chinese investment in the energy sector in Southeast Asia has been huge. But previously, actually, Chinese enterprises have long experiences in the investment in the energy sector. Since the 1980s and 1990s, most of the investment are in the fossil fuel sector, particularly the oil and gas, some gas fuels and oil sector in Malaysia, Indonesia, and some mainland Southeast Asian countries. But since 2000, there's a huge increase in the investment in the hydropower sector, particularly in Laos, Cambodia, if we include hydropower as renewable energy. But since the 2010s, particularly after the Belt and Road Initiative was proposed, a lot of Chinese investment has been directed to the renewable energy sector in Southeast Asia, particularly the solar and solar power and wind power sector. And also in the renewable energy sector, and particularly in the energy transition section, Chinese investment has been huge in some of the Southeast Asian countries, like in Laos and Cambodia. China has been playing a major role in upgrading their transmission lines to accommodate more renewable energy resources, which is also very important for the energy transition of the country. And also in Philippines, despite the tensions of the two countries sometimes, so just recently China announced a $14 billion investment to support the energy transition in Philippines. So we can see that basically after, particularly during the past 10 years, China has been playing a more increasingly important role in the help or in support to helping the energy transition of the Southeast Asian countries. And Australia actually is, compared to China, Australia is relatively latecomer and a new player in this region. So it has been active in Southeast Asia since the late 2010s. And a key project which is particularly deserving mentioning is the so-called Australia-Asia Power Link. I can show you the figure. It's not very clear, but it's a project worth $2.5 billion, and it's a comprehensive, large project which incorporates the solar farm, energy storage, and the transmission systems to provide renewable energy, renewable electricity to Southeast Asia. And the first country, the entry country of Southeast Asia is Singapore. And actually this project is supposed to supply 15% of electricity demand in Singapore once it is finished. I mean, yeah, it's still a huge, huge project and ambitious target, but how it can be implemented and when it can be achieved remains to be seen. But anyway, so Singapore government is also looking forward to the south, and also would like to cooperate with Australia to supply the the clean electricity or low carbon electricity to help the country to achieve carbon neutrality by the mid-century by mid-century. So this is the huge project and recent announced project, and so when this project is finished, it can connect Australia, Singapore, and other Southeast Asian countries through the high voltage cable system. So compared to China, Australia basically, as I said, is a newcomer, but Chinese investments in Southeast Asia is basically on the hard infrastructure, like the direct investments, support to the countries to build the factories. So it's basically the hard infrastructure side. But for Australia place as a newcomer, it's more focused on the soft infrastructure side. It has long-term strategic partnership, funds, and knowledge transfer, basically focused on the knowledge transfer side. So it's like it's more focused on the capacity building. So, like for example, just this year, the Australian government announced a $1.3 billion clean energy and infrastructure fund, which is aimed to provide the technical guidance and loans to the Southeast Asian countries to help the energy transition. But again, compared to Chinese investment, be aware that for example, for the Philippines alone, the Chinese investment in energy transition, I mean, the fund Chinese government just provided a new fund to help the country to achieve energy transition, and the fund amounts to about $14 billion just for Philippines alone. But for the Australian government's investment, the $1.3 billion has to be split into 10 Southeast Asian countries. So again, the investment scale is relatively smaller, significantly smaller than Chinese investment. So this is Australia investments in the renewable energy sector. And moving on to the EV sector, again, China also play an important role. And for example, BYD, fortunately we have BYD representatives here, so correct me if I'm wrong. So BYD has commenced the construction of EV factory in Thailand, and also plan to build EV component factory in Vietnam and to install 200 EV charging stations in Cambodia. So this is also an ambitious plan to help expand the EV industry in Southeast Asia. And Wulin also signed agreement with Indonesian government to invest in the battery-based EV and battery production project. Again, Geely started assembling the EV SUVs in Malaysia and is currently exporting to Indonesia and Thailand. So it's so we can see that actually Chinese investment in the EV sector in Southeast Asia has been expanding very soon. And again, Australia is a newcomer and relatively, in terms of scale, it's relatively smaller than Chinese investments. Australia plays an essential role in the EV sector just because of his, Australia's critical mineral extraction. So, particularly in lithium. So that's why that Australia can potentially have expand in the EV sector in Southeast Asia very soon. So, for example, I just give you an example. It's just a recent signed MOU between Indonesia and Australia. The Indonesian government just showed strong interest in collaborating with Australia. So, because Australia is rich in lithium and Indonesia is rich in nickel. So these two countries aim to working together to build up the new EV battery supply chain due to the critical mineral resources of given the critical mineral resources of the two countries. So that's why they signed the MOU to support the production of EV battery in Indonesia. So this is the new investment from Australia to Southeast Asia in the EV sector. So just a very simple conclusion, we can find that, if we compare the Australia and China investment in renewable energy sector and particularly in EV sector, we can find that Chinese investment is significantly bigger than Australia, and basically China is more focused on the hard infrastructure investment through the large-scale power plant installation projects and supply chain building, but Australia is more focused on the soft infrastructure supporting like the capacity building or financial and technical support. So but given the difference on the hard infrastructure and the soft infrastructure, we can conclude that actually there's huge potential between the two countries in collaborating or cooperating to complementing each other of the hard infrastructure and the soft infrastructure investments in Southeast Asia. So there's huge potential to working together. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Licia, for saving another 2 minutes. Now we come to our last but not least panel speaker is Mr. Damien Meduri. He personally supported a lot of my work in the past. He's Associate Director from Trade and Investment Division, the Investment New South Wales, another New South Wales government agency. Damien, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, first of all.
Well, thank you, Rock. It looks like our previous speakers saved me 4 extra minutes, so I can go 4 extra minutes longer. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's been a long day, many speakers, lots of content, lots of technical content as well. So I'm really, really pleased to see so many people still here. I only have 64 slides. I will try to be I don't have slides today. I'll be brief. I think by the time at this point, everybody's keen to get on with the networking. And I really have quite a simple message for everybody today. I come from Investment New South Wales, which is a government group under the New South Wales Premier's Department. And we're responsible for the economic and trade relationships we have with New South Wales and the world. My role specifically looks at New South Wales trade, investment and government-to-government relationship we share with Greater China. And in that relationship, we look at where we can focus on greatest maximising our economic complementarities, as well as where we can help facilitate these outcomes at a government and a political level as well. And in that, we see that the clean economy is a really, really key area of focus for us. And we see strategies where we can actually support electric vehicles into the state in particular. A little bit about myself, for those who don't know me. I go to China quite often. I was there just over the New Year period this year. And an anecdote that most people who go backwards and forwards from China would commonly say is the speed and development of industry in China when it comes to new technologies or applications and trials. And we've heard it today as well through another speaker that something that China does quite well is take risks in trials and public tests of new technologies. So I was in Wuhan in December and January this year and got privileged to trial automatic car testing, so driverless cars, testing on the roads in live with other traffic. And it's quite an experience getting into the back seat without a driver in front of you and getting to the nerves of it. But the message is if this is a technological development, how are we trying to help our local consumers and industry here understand what is going on, as well as how can we unlock economic opportunity? We have seen the scale of EV industry here. We have BYD here, yes, we've got some other players here, but we do know there's a whole host of new emerging players in China as well. We've heard about complicated issues around oversupply and overcapacity as well. And what we have in terms of the complementarity is that we don't have a manufacturing industry here in Australia. We're different to the US and the EU, and we have a population and decarbonisation goals. So working with colleagues across DQ and other parts of government, as well as Austrade and the federal governments, we're keen to look and support how can we help bring the prices down for local consumers and also give them access to new technologies as well. So we have got quite a targeted, aggressive strategy to try and support new entrants into Australia, particularly into New South Wales. From our perspective, we know that Chinese EV companies are looking to go international. They're going to come to Australia anyway, and we find that the best home for them in terms of their headquarters would be New South Wales, given the size and scale of our population, as well as access to industry and other parts of government. So a key message really from myself and us today is to say that in terms of Chinese electric vehicles, we're keen to talk to them, we're keen to work with them, we're keen to try and allocate them and help them land into Australia. I've worked in international trade and investment for about 7 years now, and a common theme with international investors from China is trying to understand the local Australian environment. We play a big role in that. We do facilitate, and we do help communicate and facilitate both at the government-to-government level, where we can help facilitate into understanding government policies and priorities and what are the incentives we may have. But at an actual working level, what teams that myself and my two colleagues at the back, Kay and Kong Kong, What we do for investors coming through is we help facilitate their cultural movement into Australia. It's one thing for many companies to see the economic opportunity. It's another when they're coming first to Australia for the first time as an international market to really understand how we operate differently to the Chinese domestic market. And that really requires specialists, it requires people to understand, it requires people to understand both what's happening in China, but also how to understand our local economic system here. So we pride ourselves, we're a small team, but we pride ourselves on our capabilities there. And again, I'd like to really thank UTS, ROC, for the great work that's taken place today and tomorrow. It's a lot of hard work and effort, but we've got some really, really key important players and decision makers in the room today and tomorrow. And I would like to again express deep gratitude to have us here, to be part of that, and to again promote what we can do for New South Wales economy. So thank you very much, everybody.
It's good. Last session we were talking about investment and finance, and now we have our dean from the business school will conclude this forum, right? Actually, focus on issue which UTS Business School is famous for its link with the industry. So it's a business and industry is closely linked. So, Professor Carlos.
Thank you very much. Look, this is the first Australia-China Energy Transition Forum. Really very pleased that this event was held here in our building at UTS Business School, and I hope you all feel very welcomed in the building. It's a very special building, so make sure you get your photo taken outside for some memories of this place as well. Now, of course, climate change is a very multifaceted problem, and the solutions require involvement and cooperation across a lot of different areas, across the social and physical sciences, between engineering, design, accounting, law, and many, many more areas. And of course, business. This is an area where we are also very focused on in terms of our work, both in terms of how we teach the next generation of business leaders to be responsible, and also the research we do. We recently, for example, opened a research centre for climate risk and resilience, and we've also done work together with our colleagues in the Institute for Sustainable Futures, specifically on EV. And that's part of our more general approach as a business school, really to show a social commitment to developing and sharing knowledge for an innovative, sustainable and prosperous economy. Climate clearly being a central part of this. Now, this is the first of these forums, and the topic chosen, Electrifying Tomorrow, Advancing Cooperation in the Industrial Chain of Electric Vehicles, is both worthy and urgent. And it's excellent to see UTS working with the International Society for Energy Transition Studies, as well as under the auspices of our own centre, ACRI. Great to see collaboration as well. As I looked at your program, having representatives here from universities, from business, and from professional associations, both from here in Australia and in China and beyond. And it's exactly that kind of cooperation that will allow us collectively to solve this problem that knows no borders, that is a problem for everybody, for us, and even more importantly, for the generations to come. No doubt this will be the first of many successful Australia-China energy transition forums as we work together to achieve this goal that, as I said, is common to all humanity, the global challenge of climate change. So once again, thank you for sharing our space here at UTS Business School. I trust you had an informative and productive event that will lead to much more great work, as well as lead to much more excellent cooperation between Australia and China. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Carl, and thank you very much. So I think we have formally concluded this forum. I would like to particularly thank all the participants here and online. Stay with us all the day for the intensive discussion and debate sometimes, and we're looking forward to see you in the future. And at the last, I want to thank my co-organizer, particularly Associate Professor Carvey from Faculty of Engineering, and also our wonderful volunteer teams, and never forgot my actually colleagues Amy and Ming to provide all the support to make this the event happen. I would appreciate all of them. Excellent hope and service, and if there is anything actually we need to improve, let me know so we can do better next time.